Welcome one, welcome all. We are here for Triton-Cup number 115. My name is Rocket, and joining me is Manoli. How are you doing today?
Hello everyone, yes, I'm very happy to be back commentating for you guys. I think it has been 2 weeks that I commentated the last time, so very glad to be back and watch some matches today.
Absolutely, and we're kicking things off here with our first matchup, of course, Triton-Cup being a double elimination, zones only tournament. We're going to be taking a look at Splatoon for Breakfast versus Bobo's fans here with a best of 3 set, starting with game 1 being Splat Zones on Ship-Shape Cargo.
Okay, Ship-Shape, not my favorite map, but I'm glad that I don't have to deal with it today. Looking at the teams, I don't know any of the players, to be honest. Do you know any of the players?
Not many. I don't think any really stick out to me in terms of recognizably being those more known players. But these are our 16th and 17th seed respectively, so they should be very, very closely matched in terms of skill level to each other if they are to be just 1 seed away from each other. So I'm just guessing we're going to be in for some very close matches as we look at our set as a whole. I mean, you mentioned you don't really like Ship-Shape, but any of the other maps really pique your fancy?
I mean, in zones, generally, I would say that there are a lot of maps that are good. You have Hagglefish, you have Barnacle and Dime, you just have so many options, but I don't know, I never really understood how to do it on Ship-Shape.
Yes, for sure. And we're going to be seeing some interesting matchups for weapons, at least on this map in particular. You have the strengths for those longer range weapons, such as Splatlings, such as Chargers, such as Pens, for the team that's able to get into control of the zone, because those positions on the top side of that bridge are just really difficult to approach if you're not careful, if you don't have any specials to kind of approach them. So it's really going to be a back and forth, really, who's able to get into the zone faster, who's able to perform their retakes just to that higher clip.
Definitely. I'm also curious if we're gonna see the new Frozen Pro with the missiles coming out, because I do think that it's quite a strong weapon here, but also I'm curious if we're gonna see a lot of usage from the new weapons in general, because I have seen some very interesting comms lately.
I like how you mentioned the Frozen Pro. It's one of my favorite weapons to really utilize just because of the range, the flexibility it gives shooters. In general, it gives to your comp. It has that mid-range fighting ability, and missiles are a very good special to get in. I was talking about earlier how retakes have to be really, really meaningful, because one failed retake could lead to a team really just snowballing things out of control, and missiles are a great special to kind of get in. Not only that, you have Trip Strikes, you have Bubble, you have these specials that allow you to get in and take space, so it's really going to come down to that as well, really come down to how these teams utilize these specials to get in.
Yeah, for sure. As you previously mentioned, long-range weapons are very favorable here, like Pen and other stuff, and I would really enjoy some ballpoint gameplay, because I do know some ballpoint players, and especially on this map, it's very tricky to get in against a ballpoint.
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of weapons such as that, you don't really see ballpoint every so often, but it is nice to see just those longer range weapons really thrive on this map, because it does pose those difficult challenges I was talking about. So right now we're just waiting for both sides to just get into the match, kind of ready things up as we kick off Triton-Cup number 115, but both these teams, I believe, are pickup teams as well, so this is really going to test kind of their coordination as we kick things off soon.
I actually looked at the rosters again, and I actually do notice one of the players from Bobo's fans, Kuma Zama. He's a Sploosh player that I faced a few times in Open and Series already, so we will probably see some Sploosh gameplay today.
I mean, Sploosh is one of those weapons that you rarely see. I mean, at least for NA, the only major Sploosh player that you see is Enraged Jeff, but Sploosh can fill a similar role to kind of like Inkbrush or like Carbon, where you're able to kind of draw attention away, have to have an entire team really focus on you, and the strengths of it's just being a very, very mobile weapon, paints really, really effectively, kind of similar to like an Aerospray, but Sploosh is much more favored just because of I guess it's a little bit more, it's better at killing just from that closer range. So it can be a weapon that really opens the doors for Bobo fans to really work around.
Yeah, I do think if you don't have the main weapons that can really go up against a hammer, it's gonna be very difficult. And the only other Sploosh player that I know besides Enraged Jeff and Kumazama is Yushi Forever, which is playing with Blank Z sometimes here in Triton-Cup. I'm not sure if they're playing today.
Yes, but I mean, this is what we love to see. Just some weapons that normally don't get the shining, the shine just on them. Really, is just some weapons that we don't normally get to see. So this is the time to really bring it out now. I just always love the phrase to embrace chaos. That's what I love to see when it comes to weapons, and in terms of team comps, you really just get to see a team's identity and how they like to play the game. So just a little bit longer here, as now we have the teams choosing their weapons.
We can also look at the other maps in the meantime. I mean, we did see Crab quite a few times already, but I haven't seen Mekomar that much lately, to be honest. But I do think that it's a very great zones map, especially if you get control and you can get the control of the far right side and get into their spawn. That's very difficult to get back in then.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just have kind of that different obstacle when playing that map. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's just jump into it. Game 1 is finally here. Apologies for the little bit of delay, but we will be taking a look now at both these teams and kind of their weapon comps as we jump straight into it.
Okay, and we actually do see an E-leader coming out, but on the side of Splatoon for Breakfast, we have a very short-range composition with 3 shooters and an Octobrush.
Yeah, and it's kind of what this comp, I'm assuming, is going to thrive on, is that mobility, the ability to just pop up out of nowhere, take these short fights. And on the other side, with Bobo fans having that E-leader, if they're able to get into control of the zone, if you're allowed to set up Vanilla Pod in a great position, they could kind of take away and take this space. But I mean, just as I was mentioning how fast the Splatoon for Breakfast's comp is, you kind of see it put into action here, as that is a 2-player down situation and already strong control for Splatoon for Breakfast.
Yes, and it's just the E-leader left alive once again. Splatoon for Breakfast are pushing in very heavily right now, going close to the 50-point mark.
Yes, slowly but surely inching their way forward. Another pick by this junior just from that bomb. The trip strikes do go in for Bobo fans just to try to open things up, but they are quickly countered by Caffey's Bazooka, just being able to cause some distraction there, managing to get that pick. You have the Viper moving in on this right side, trying to see if they can get anything with this hammer, but it has been all Splatoon for Breakfast so far, as they're looking very poised to knock out here, unless Bobo fans has something to answer.
Yeah, this was a great opportunity to get a flank here with the hammer, but the Viper knew that he could get cancelled with his hammer, but they were actually able to cap the zone and apply some penalty points here.
Absolutely, you have the E-leader moving in now with Wavebreaker available. Zuka taking them out of commission, and constantly Splatoon for Breakfast has been able to hold the line. So much paint control with this very fast moving comp, and that is to be expected. You have Junior, you have Zap, you have Shot. These are very fast moving weapons that paint so much, take so much control, and just are a dominating presence in the front line that is making it really difficult for Bobo fans to move in. You have the trip strikes going out now, trying to see if they can get any space going. Here come the specials for Bobo fans, but they need to get into the zone soon, as the penalty points are almost gone for Splatoon for Breakfast.
Yes, they are not quite able to hold the zone and get some more penalty points applied for themselves. I have to say they are pushing in very aggressively, constantly applying pressure so they can get away for their Octobrush. I was going to say, beautiful pick by the Zuka here.
Yes, and yet again, it has been all Splatoon for Breakfast so far. Just strong control of mid, where you see Bobo fans just constantly trying to get into the zone to find any stronghold, any little area they can control here, because so far they have just been knocked out of the zone. Not a lot of presence being made. Hammer being popped now just to try to see if they can maintain this control, but something that Splatoon for Breakfast has been doing really well is just playing back and forth. Yes, they do go 2 players down, but back and forward, just making sure not to overextend anything, as we see finally Bobo fans have a strong control in mid.
Yes, Viper playing very patiently here, getting 2 picks in mid, securing them the zone for themselves. They have 2 specials ready right now, trying to get a pick here on the ledge. Doesn't even need to anymore.
Yeah, so now you see this Wiper just trying to throw out those torpedoes, trying to create space. It is still anyone's game here, as Bobo fans have found themselves in a nice position to just constantly tick down their point total. You have special available. 2 players down on the side of Splatoon for breakfast. This gal does have whale available for them to use, as you see the remaining players just cleaning up the remainder of Splatoon for breakfast. 2 players down yet again for Splatoon for breakfast, and we could see a very quick lead change here if they are not careful. Bobo fans looking very strong to hold for the rest of this. That lead is taken now. It is do or die time for Splatoon for breakfast to move in. Do they have enough players? No, they do not, as 2 fall. Now the 3rd as well, and that will be a very, very impressive comeback for Bobo fans.
Yes, very, very nicely done. As you previously mentioned, it's a very heavy snowballing map. So if you get taken out, if you get wiped, and you don't have the specials to get back in, or if you don't use them properly, you can still lose this game. And that's exactly what we saw in this match.
Yes, but I mean, that both sides had their own opportunities to get in Splatoon for breakfast constantly. Yet again, I keep harping on it, just their fast-moving comp to just always have so much control, so much paint, is what led them to basically control that game for the first half of it. But afterwards, once Bobo fans had one opportunity to get in, once they were able to build that stronghold, their more effective weapons in terms of taking fights really prevailed. You had the Gal managing to get 2 picks on the left side, and that really opened the doors for Bobo fans to, like you also mentioned, kind of snowball that into their own favor.
Yes, I'm curious if we're going to see any changes here on Crableg, because obviously brushes and rollers do have quite a difficult time on this map, and especially with the Kraken, you can't use it on grades, so we might see some changes here.
Absolutely, but kind of like what you mentioned with those grades, it does provide a different challenge, especially with what Bobo fans did run. We saw that E-leader there, and this is another map that can really benefit those Chargers, especially in E-leader, because those grates that are really well known for this map leave you very vulnerable into the sightlines of that Charger. So it's definitely something that Splatoon for breakfast kind of has to play around.
Yeah, I think if they don't have any more range on their comp than they had previously, it can be very tricky to just challenge the enemies that are on the grades, no matter if it's on your side or the enemy side of the map.
Absolutely. So now we're just waiting for these teams to maybe make those adjustments like you were mentioning here, but Game 3, if needed, is Mako Mart zones, and we saw how back and forward that map was in terms of just one team seemingly controlling it all, and then all of a sudden Bobo fans moving in and just completely taking that game away. So it is anybody's game so far. It is still anybody's set, despite being down 0-1. Splatoon for breakfast showed a lot of good there in terms of being able to play to their own pace, but now it is do or die time, or else they will be moving down to the lower bracket.
So let's get right into it and look if we see any changes. And yes, we do see a ZF Charger and also a Dreadwinger, but also a Sultana Stamper and a Pen coming out.
Very interesting with Vanilla Pod moving away from the E-leader, but I do like the choice to the ZNF. It allows you to have those trip strikes, always nice to have in zones. Another key thing as well, you have the Octobrush on the side of Splatoon for breakfast. They are running Ninja Squid. You're running that weapon to just be a sneaky, stealthy player that is able to get picks, and you kind of see it right there, Zakari, on that Octobrush, managing to find one, managing to potentially find 2 here onto the Dread. They do find that pick as well, and that has completely opened the door for Splatoon for breakfast to take first control of the zone, and they're still going.
Yes, beautifully done right here. Also able to take out the Gal previously to prevent the opening gambit from continuing. Now they're looking pretty good, taking out the Gal once again. Strikes are coming out to maybe cap the zone in combination with the Reef Slider, but it's not coming out. Ooh!
Yeah, but a nice pick from this junior allows this snowball to continue. We saw a similar story in Game 1, but we're seeing here yet again Splatoon for breakfast showing off their strength just from the get-go here. You have Bobo fans in a bit of a stagger situation. Hammer is almost available for them to maybe utilize to get in, but time is running out down to the 20 tick mark. Hammer goes out. This is what you need to open the door. Brendan goes down to it. Sakari on this Octobrush does go down as well, and we have Bobo fans completing that retake, but a lot of damage has been done.
Yeah, this could actually be a great opportunity for the Gal to go onto top right and throw some splash walls just to stall the enemies out and get a few more points on the board.
Yeah, slowly but surely just kind of poking under these ledges is exactly the situation you want. Remember, Bobo fans had a really nice retake situation and it allowed them to steal that game one. We could see something similar play out here if Splatoon for Breakfast aren't careful. They're already losing their stampers. Both specials out. The Octobrush Zipcaster goes down. The bubble already placed out. The Trip Strikes going in for Bobo's fans could allow them to continue this stagger. 2 players down, now 3 for Splatoon for Breakfast. We've been seeing a very similar story here played out similarly to Game 1, as that is a wipeout, potentially sealing the deal for Splatoon for Breakfast unless we have some miracle here. But with 2 specials available for Bobo's fans, including that Reef Slider that is just waiting to be used, that will be an easy 2-0 sweep from Bobo fans.
Very, very nicely done. I have to say, there have been some very crazy plays this game, including a double kill from the Stamper, the Zipcaster taking some attention to himself, but not quite able to get the zone, and then it ended up being a 2-0 for Bobo's fans, so Splatoon for Breakfast are going to be knocked down to the losers bracket.
Yep, and with that, Bobo's fans will be moving on to face our number 1 seed, so their challenges will still continue from that, but we will have an opportunity to be taking a look at a different set this time. Next, we're looking at Distinct versus Lego Boo Mario Kart World. A very long name, but Distinct, of course, being a well-known team within the EU community.
Yes, I had the opportunity to commentate for this thing quite a few times in the past as well. Also playing against them, very, very good team that we've seen the last few times as well.
Yes, but of course, we'll be taking a very quick break before we move on to round 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the rest of Triton-Cup 115.
See you!
And we are back for Triton-Cup 115. Like I mentioned, Distinct versus Lego Boo Mario Kart World will be our next matchup here in Winners Bracket Round 2.
Yes, very happy to be back once again. First up, we're gonna have Umami on Zones. Not a map that we've seen too often lately, but I do think that it's a very nice Zones map.
Yes, and what's very interesting about this set is, of course, Umami being a double zone map, but we will also have another one in Undertow as well. So back-to-back double zone maps will be our Game 1 and Game 2, and they bring a very unique play on it just because of how much more back and forward it's going to be, how much more of a tug of war it's going to be between both sides, as you of course have to play that balancing game of how many players do you want defending your home zone and how many you want attacking the other team's zone, in terms of just how many players you want to just commit on either side. But enough speaking of double zone maps in general, let's go to Game 1.
Okay, we don't see any big surprises on the side of Distinct, running their more or less usual comp that they have with Tiger on the Sled Roller and also Mooch on the Tri-Stringer. On the other side, we do see a heavy edit.
Yeah, heavy splatling,
Splatling,
not an edit, as you too see the Zap being brought out for that cooler as a replacement. This is the usual Distinct. Of course, you do not have Afro King, as the sub coming in will be Hyperstar with that mini splatling. That hammer can provide a lot of painting ability, but it has all been Lego Boo so far. You have just so much space being moved out. The hammer almost catches the jump, but so far so good for Lego Boo.
Beautiful jump right here. As we mentioned in the past streams as well, if Distinct don't have the opportunity to get Tiger in, it's gonna be very difficult for them. Beautiful pick by Mooch here. Booyah Bomb and Chumps coming out. 2 members down on the side of Mario Kart World.
And you just see so much paint being put on that right side. You mentioned if Distinct really relies on getting Tiger in, getting them the space to really operate, and that is just the nature of a ink-hungry weapon such as Roller. Just you need to get in those really close positions to get some effort, and you have Rafa moving in with this Sticker Stamper with the Booyah Bomb, clearing all of top mid, allowing the rest of Distinct to move in, and the paint all basically yellow. An unfortunate bomb does lead to an initial 1 down on the side of Distinct, so it could be an easy flip here if Lego Boo play their cards correctly.
Yes, very unfortunate pick with the bomb, but Tiger gets found and it's 2 members down on both sides, 3 members down on the side of Distinct. Just Mooch left alive, and Mario Kart World are gonna be able to cap the zone.
Yeah, with the Tri-Stringer Mooch just constantly applying this pressure, constantly poking away at the members of Lego Boo, just trying to see if they can find any opening, but 2 players go down on the side of Distinct. It's looking really good for Lego Boo just to create so much opportunities for them, just separate Distinct as far away from mid as possible. You have Rafa on this bottom left just trying to take the fight. Is go down here in this another 2-player down situation, allowing Lego Boo to sit very comfortably in the zone. Time is running out for Distinct to try to contest this middle area here.
Yes, I do think it's 3 members left alive now on the side of Mario Kart World, but Distinct have a very difficult time to get back in, and it's 2 members down once again with no more penalty points left.
It's do or die time for Distinct as they try to move in. Only 2 players stand, and it's not their painting weapons here. So with the final timer ticking down, Rafa really the last player standing for Distinct. It will not be enough, as Lego Boo very confident Game 1, as they pretty much had that game in their palm of their hand from start to finish.
Yes, very dominant match, I have to say. I really have to say that the 52 played very aggressively, and I do think that this was a very, well, difficult matchup for Distinct. They weren't able to just, well, get the fight or the win in the fight against them, which led to them being down 0-1.
Yeah, and you kind of saw just the space and the amount of pressure Lego Boo was able to create just by, yet again, controlling the paints, really being able to create so much space for themselves and leaving Distinct not a lot of space to move in. Distinct's comp really relies on that mini splatling, really relies on Hyperstar to be that main painter, because the other weapons, being the Stamper, being the Roller, being the Bow, don't really paint for themselves really great. So it really relies on Hyperstar moving in with that mini Splatling to create the space for the rest of their team. And if they go down, it is going to be very difficult for Distincts to kind of face off against Lego Boo.
Yeah, I do think that Distinct might have a better chance here on Undertow though, because I do think that Tiger just has a few more spots that he can use to his advantage here to get in.
Yes, but we'll have to wait and see if that comes to fruition. Do or die time for Distinct, who are down 0-1 here. All Lego Boo has to do is take this one and end it off here. You have a lot of paint favored in control of Lego Boo just because of the nature of the weapons. Of course, Clara being that backline and Cheap being that zap, just being able to support the rest of the players as they move in. But already we have Distinct looking very good as they get that opening pick.
And we do see some changes on the side of Distinct, now running a Slosher rather than a Stamper, and also the Inkjet Tri-Stringer now.
That will certainly help in their paint control department. Bucket does paint a little bit better than what they previously had in that Stamper, but more importantly, the trip strikes are going to be very, very crucial for Distincts to just constantly apply that pressure. They're looking very nice here. Distincts managing to get first control of the zone and holding it. Tiger does have that bubble as well to use, just trying to receive the hits coming in from Lego Boo.
Yes, beautiful pick from the Mini on the Splatling once again, I have to mention. Zipcaster is coming out, not quite able to find a pick. Zone is not capped yet, and it's looking like Lego Boo is going to be able to get the first cap of the game here now.
Yeah, with 3 players down, it is just left to Mooch, just trying to live. Manages to try to pick out to Rusty, but they go down themselves, so a little bit of a stagger situation being caused on the Distinct as Lego Boo have situated themselves very nicely. Clara on this high ground, just a difficult position to deal with when you have a Splatling just constantly applying this pressure, and it will be a very quick lead change in favor of Distinct, but Mooch will find that pick onto Clara, and it could open the door for Distinct to get this retake going in.
I was about to say, Clara has to watch out for Mooch, because I do think that he gets underestimated a lot of times, and especially with a threatening one-shot, you can get taken out very easily. Tri-strikes are coming out, not able to cap the zone yet.
Yes, and you just have this constant back and forth now with Distinct trying to hold on to that zone, trying to prevent Lego Boo from continuing to snowball this out of control, and they will manage to actually get control of that zone. Lego Boo continuing now as they are looking dangerously close to forcing this knockout. Just left to Rafa here with this bucket. We will find a pick, but they go down themselves, and it will look like Lego Boo could close this set out if they hold on just for a little bit longer, and that will be the case, as that is a very quick 2-0. Yet again, another sweep going into favor of Lego Boo.
Yes, very, very dominant win here, not just for this game, but for this set, and Distinct are getting knocked down to the losers bracket as well.
Yeah, and we just saw that Lego Boo was just able to create so much space yet again just because of their faster weapons in terms of painting. You had the Zap the Gal and the Heavy Splatling really being able to play off really nicely from each other, just being able to just move in with that superior paint presence. And although you saw some really nice changes from Distinct, of course, with Rafa going to the bucket for those trip strikes, it just wasn't enough when Lego Boo was able to position on to their side of the map. It really gave Distinct a lot of trouble when they were trying to get those retakes.
Yes, maybe they will get the hang of it down in losers bracket, maybe able to find the composition that they want to run for the rest of this tournament. Unfortunately, we're not seeing Ramen, but maybe later today.
Absolutely, but that will be it for at least our coverage of Winners Bracket Round 2. We will be right back for Winners Bracket Round 3, as we're just waiting for the rest of the round to finish up and the rest of the brackets to finish, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
See you.
And we are back after a little bit of an extended break. We now are looking at Winners Bracket Round 3.2, Best of 5 territory now as we continue to move along through the tournament, looking at Caravan versus W Speed.
Yes, and first up we do have Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy, a map that I personally really like to watch, especially for the first game right now. I do know Caravan, I do know the members of the team with Bake, Asta, Ali, Snipe, and Kiki, but I do not know the other team called W Speed.
Yeah, of course, living off on the meme of Speed, if you know, you know. But I do know a couple of players here and there. You have Pika Dave, really good Gal player, and Kabi from Honkai. So this is a pickup that W Speed is running, mainly NA players. But we'll have to wait and see how these two teams kind of clash off against each other with their given weapons. Kabi, of course, is being that flex player, and I do know Namka as well being a very aggressive Carbon player, so really kind of have that dynamic of being really aggressive and really in your face.
Okay. Definitely sounds like we're gonna see an interesting game on Mako Mart because we do have 3 matches guaranteed. Because as you said, it's a guaranteed 3 matches because of the best of 5. So let's see which weapons we're gonna have in this first game. Ooh! A bow and an E-leader coming out, sorry.
No, you're good. Very interesting to see the start. I was just going to mention that it's interesting that I don't see Pika on the Gal, as that's what they normally would bring, but it makes sense given that they're bringing out Blob on that Tri-Stringer.
Yeah, the Squeezer's actually also running opening Gambit. He got a very beautiful pick on the left side at the start. Bo is trying to defend himself here. Chumps are coming out, but he probably has to get out.
Yeah, the S-Blast getting a lot of value there. Ali managing to find 2 before they go down. 3 players in total down for W Speed. As this Kabi left just trying to poke away with that Squeezer, just trying to play it similarly to you would a V-Shot in terms of the comp that's given here. You have the flexibility, the speed, and the ability to take fights as you please. Managing to find one onto Bake, could find another onto the Crab, but they do go down here. 50 ticks gone for Caravan as they're looking very poised to continue, but with that 3-player now delayed wipe situation in favor of W Speed, they are now in business in mid.
I was about to say this is a very good situation for W Speed because now they have a lot of pain that they can provide for the Carbon. Beautiful pick here from the E-leader, but it's 2 members down on the side of Caravan again.
Yeah, just Bake trying to poke away on that E-leader goes down, and now W Speed has a lot of opportunities to just continue this stagger situation. Carbon, very good weapon at poking these ledges, playing keep away, daring Caravan to move into the zone. Booyah Bomb is available for the S-Blast, and they will go in with it. However, you have to keep aware of this Carbon, managing to find one onto Knight and continuing to be a problem for Caravan as time is running out in for the zone here. Just 19 ticks, yet another pick for the Carbon onto Ali here. Time is running out. 10 ticks left. Will Caravan have enough time to get in? It does look like Knight was just trying to contest it with all that they have, but it is very close here as you have Amka yet again with the Zuka this time.
Yes, very beautifully done. They are not quite able to get the zone still. They are holding on to it, but it gets kept by Caravan, applying some penalty points on the other side. And now the S-Blast is looking to be a threat here below the ledge. Not quite able to find a pick, though.
Yeah, both sides now trading blows. They've been really good at just holding control of it and causing the other team to invest so many resources to get into the zone. With the double Zuka that W Speed is running, these specials have to hit. They have to find value in order for them to retake nicely. Already, 2 players going down on the side of Caravan will lead to a numbers advantage. Just Bake left standing for Caravan as W Speed will move into control of the zone with a very strong lead. A lot of penalty points, though, to really work through here as Wabake being cleaned up. That is a delayed wipeout now with W Speed being able to control this space. They can really get their specials and dig in for this incoming retake.
Yes, W Speed is looking very good. Chumps came out as well as the Zuka here on the left side with the special. Beautiful jump out from the S-Blast. But 2 members are going down once again and almost no more penalty points are left.
Yeah, time is running out. Cooler being popped by W Speed as well will mean that these fights will be, these picks will be very beneficial to W Speed. 2 players down now, 3 in total. Caravan go 3 players down, and it will look like W Speed will clean that up with the delayed wipeout as well, with them constantly holding Caravan back. That is a very impressive game 1 to kick things off here in the set.
Yes, and I actually wanted to mention this is the second time already today that we see a tri-stringer in combination with a roller player.
Yeah, and you really have the ability to kind of just, if you're able to synergize those 2 weapons, it can prove to be a lot, it can prove to have a lot of value just because of the chipping ability you have of both of those weapons, as well as if you're able to even be even more on the same page with these 2 weapons, you're able to kind of funnel some players away from where you don't want them to go, funnel them towards the roller, and really just force them into a lose-lose situation. And we kind of saw a little bit being played out there by W Speed, so good on them to take that game 1.
Yes, but now coming to Museum as our next map, I'm wondering if you're gonna see any very aggressive openings, either from the Blasters or potentially even the E-Leader, because I've seen some E-Leader players drop right at the very start of the game just to get some picks onto their plat and then jump out, and it worked very well.
Yeah, but like you mentioned, this map is very strong for those type of charges just because given the sniper standpoints that you have, just really just being able to chill on your own plat, being able to see the entirety of the zone, it could prove very dangerous for W Speed to kind of work to push into. But I mean, the strength of their comp running 2 Zukas is that charger is not safe either. You will have to move because of those shots, and we saw it prove to be very valuable on the side of W Speed with those Zukas constantly finding a pick or 2.
Definitely. I'm curious if we're gonna see any big changes in terms of comms. I mean, I do think that rollers can be very annoying here if you're positioned well, but we haven't seen the Frozen Pro yet that we mentioned previously, even though it's a very, very strong weapon.
Absolutely. And with rollers being able to poke under those ledges, we saw a bit of it as well in that previous game with Caravan's S-Blast and W Speed's roller. Those weapons really love to camp under those ledges, get that in that chip damage that could get an extra kill or 2 and really open the door for better opportunities. So that's something that both teams really have to play around.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're gonna see changes from the bow players, if he's gonna switch to a different kit, because as we saw in the last set we had a inkjet bow, but I do think because they want to provide enough paint for their carbon roller, they're most likely gonna stay with the chumps.
Absolutely. I mean, just given the amount of space you can create with it, just the painting ability, just with it's acting similarly to like a delayed trip strike, just being able to create so much space and move in with that paint control is the nature and how you want to be playing that bow. And with a weapon like you were talking about earlier, the synergy that you will have with a roller, it allows for those opportunities where a player might be just trying to run away from the chumps or those bow shots and run straight into the roller.
Or you somehow get caught off guard by the chumps.
Right. Yeah, chumps do hurt a lot. It is a very underrated special in that aspect, where if you don't destroy them, it does a lot of damage to you if you're up close. But enough of that speak. Let's see if there's anything that we see different here as we move on to museum zones.
Okay, so no changes on the side of W Speed, and we do see a custom blaster come out, and the E-Leader is running opening gambit.
Yeah, so like you're mentioning, be on the lookout for Bake potentially trying to get that opening pick here to start things off. You have the carbon going down early. I don't know if that was to Bake or not, but both sides losing a player. Now 3 actually in total for W Speed here, as Bake, I believe, was able to get that pick. Really nice shot there, opening the door for Caravan to move in, as this left to Pika to try to live to fight another day. But they are managing to find 1, finding 2 on the zap, and with that, Cooler being popped as well to get back control of mid.
Yeah, the leader actually did the aggressive opening that I mentioned earlier, which allowed them to secure the zone for themselves, but now it's 2 members down on the side of W Speed. Oh, Cooler thrown onto the plat, not down.
It still will allow at least some of the players of Caravan to get that cooler here. Both sides still fighting fiercely for this control in mid. 3 players down yet again for W Speed. With that last one, that is a wipeout in favor of Caravan, who look poised to try to take the spinner area. You already have 3 players moving up here, and with a map such as Museum, there's a lot of ground you have to cover in order to get back into the zone.
Yeah, I have to say, I feel like on Museum it's very difficult to get back your spinner, because, whoa, once you lose control, I was gonna say, it's not that easy. Beautiful pick here from you with the zip casters. Zuga's coming up, but misses!
Yes, U has been a major problem for W Speed so far. Fighting another one Nabi before they go down, constantly allowing this stagger situation to continue for W Speed. Caravan looking very poised to potentially get this one in a quick KO. You have another player going down. You saw Pika go down there earlier. Now the Carbon going down. 5 ticks left on the board. Will W Speed have enough players to get into control? It does look like they will for a little bit, but not enough to hold on as Caravan. Really nice bounce back from game 1. Take a quick game 2 victory.
Yes, very dominant, making it even very quickly here. There were a few deadly drops at the end with the NZEP and the Carbon Roller, but of course, if you don't have much time left, you gotta go and try and see what you get. But this is the break even here.
Yeah, and a lot went well for Caravan, and specifically U-Snipe on that Stamper, just constantly being in the face of W Speed, constantly winning these 1v1s and opening the door for Caravan to continue to move in. That's the strength of what Caravan did. They were able to take to that space so quickly when they had a 1 or 2 player numbers advantage. They just moved in with a short amount of time.
Yeah, I do think if you still decides to use the Stamper, it could be very tricky for the other team to get back into the game, because it's just so annoying against your own E-leader if he uses his cover well to take him out.
I mean, we saw it there against the bow. I mean, just constantly being in the face of that bow, and really just there's not much that the rest of WSP can do to protect their Blob back there once they're getting solo dives. So it really forces the pressure on for W Speeds to get off their opening pick first before they have their own players go down. So with the set being now 1-1, it really opens the door to it being anyone's game. We're basically reset back to a best of 3 now.
Yes, and we do see a splash coming out. As I previously mentioned, Mako Mart is a playground for Carbon players. A lot of swim speed here, so I'm very curious if he's gonna make a lot of trouble for Caravan. Ooh, beautiful pick here.
Yeah, but you start picking him back off where they left off. You were talking about how strong the Stamper can be. We were both talking about it, and it gets an opening 2 picks to open the door for Caravan yet again. U-Snipe has been on a roll, but they are quickly shut down by this Carbon. Namka trying to see if they can get anything out of that, but Caravan will have the control of mid so far.
Ooh, 3rd pick here by the Splash. Can he get the 4th? Ooh. Yes, he can. Beautifully done.
And this is the speed that Caravan is playing with. I mean, 40 seconds in, and already basically both every player on the side of W Speed has gone down at least twice, and Crab is almost ready for this splash as well in a very difficult situation to deal with.
Yes, beautiful jump out here. One more jump. Can he get another pick? Doesn't seem like it. Almost, though.
Yeah, but just the amount of space that Caravan has put in between W Speed and the zone has just caused them to caused a little bit of panic here, as now with time ticking down, 2 players down on the side of W Speed, now 3. It does look like Caravan will take another quick 100-0, as after the first game, after some struggles and bumps here and there, it has looked all Caravan so far.
Yes, I do think that they found a composition that works against W Speed. I have to say they played very aggressively, and I was thinking, don't play too aggressive now in the last 20 ticks, but they didn't. They used their chip damage, they used their range, were able to take them out and secure their 2nd point of the set.
Yeah, and that was just all all speed a go from start to finish. I mean, I talked about it. You Snipe going in, getting those first 2 picks really opened the door to just continue to move in, and the splash as well to follow. Just both of those players being able to get so much value just by being in the face of WSP before they even expected it to. I mean, we saw a lot of those 1v1s where the Caravan player moved in and was able to take any other player by surprise, and that's all it takes sometimes, just being there, being quick, and being in places where the other team doesn't expect you to be. Just led to WSP not having any opportunity to respond.
Yes, and next up we do have zones on Ramen. I'm curious if you're gonna see any changes, because obviously you do have a lot of flanks here. Very good map by Nintendo, I have to say. But most of the times you go through mid, and especially as a roller player, if you get seen, you're gonna have a tough time getting in. So you either need a lot of control already, or you need the assistance of your teammates, because I do not think that you're gonna flank with a roller right here.
Yes, and I do imagine there should be 1 or 2 changes here and there, because after those 2 back-to-back dominating performances by Caravan, you need to change something up, at least in how either you're playing this comp or the comp itself. So it is match point for Caravan. If they take this one, they move on to the next round. If WSB takes this one, they are reset back to even playing field here, and we will see the same comp pretty much from both sides.
Yeah, we do see the ends up coming out again instead of the splash. But as you mentioned, WSP doesn't have any changes, so they probably want to change their playstyle here. Very aggressive by you once again, but it's 2 members down on both sides.
Yeah, Bake has been on point with their snipes. That's just what they've been known for, basically opening the door for a number situation. You have to be careful here, though, as Bake will manage to escape really nicely, but opening picks by Caravan have allowed them to take so much space, and you see already 3 members moving up this elbow position. You have the Carbon you do have to worry about, however, they will find one before they go out, but Caravan have been responding really nicely to these constant flanks and hits.
Yes, Caravan does know where the enemies are, looking very carefully, but can they cap the zone? Yes. Oh no, they can't actually, sorry.
Just so much space and so much presence being made by Caravan that yet again it's been so difficult to move in. You have to have this value come out from the Carbon, but U-Snipe lives through that.
What?
3 players down from W Speed, and now yet again, do or die time. You have to move in soon if you're on the side of W Speed, especially since 2 players, now 3 players in total, are down for Caravan. Just Bake, I believe, in the zone here to hold against the line. They find one onto Namka, and they could potentially win this game for Caravan, but the paint is here. The reinforcements have arrived for W Speed, as they will survive that one. But could you believe it, if Bake would able to land that shot, they could have had this game sealed, but now W Speed have a little bit of life in them.
Yeah, that was very intense, I gotta say. You was not quite able to get the pick. Ali also gets taken out. Now it's 3 members down and a delayed wipe as well. No penalty points on the side for W Speed, and now they are pressuring as much as they can.
Yes, things can turn though on a dime. We've seen it in the previous set how yes, you might have led from the beginning, but you can get a quick 100 to knockout if you are not careful. You have the splashdown available from this blaster. It will be used by Ali to quickly take control of that zone, and we are now here with Caravan in control of that zone. 2 players down, cooler already being popped, and these specials are just waiting to be used.
I have to say, a lot of times the Carbon goes in when you least expect it, but he's very alone and very upfront, so he does have a difficult time. Gets taken out once again. Beautiful jump here by the Custom Blaster.
Yeah, but with both Zukas online for W Speed, at least 1 pick has to be had by some. U-Snipe does go down to it, but it is a 1-for-1 trade, so far still even playing field. Paint is had a little bit on the side of W Speed in the control of the zone, but now with 2 players down, it is yet again do or die time for the set. Will there be enough Paint in control of the zone? It doesn't look like it, as Caravan will survive that game and take a 3-1 victory over W Speed in a gentleman's sweep.
Yes, after a very rough start, it was very beautifully done. I actually have to say I'm quite surprised that W Speed switched from the Chomp stringer to the killer whale one, because obviously you do have a bit more aggression, but I just think that you do need the paint in, well, in teamwork, I guess, with your carbon, just for him to get back in more easily.
Yes, so with that being said though, W Speed will be knocked down to losers bracket. They still will have an opportunity to come back, but that means they will have no more, they cannot have any more losses in that losers bracket. Caravan will be moving on to winners bracket, as they're still waiting for their opponent between the number 1 seed Fit and the number 9 seed Lego Boo Mario Kart World, who are in a 2-2 set.
Yes, so they're gonna go in a game 5 situation. Curious who we're gonna see in winners bracket semis.
Yes, but before we get to that, we'll be taking another break, but don't go anywhere. Winners bracket semis will continue here shortly.
See you.
And we are back, fast flowing into winners bracket semis for Triton-Cup number 115. We have our number 1 seed, I don't even know how to even pronounce this, I'm gonna be real, versus Caravan. Here, our number 1 seed getting that 3-2 narrow victory over Lego Boo in the previous round, and they are a heavyweight here, of course, being our number 1 seed for a reason. A lot of familiar names. You have Anthony from Starburst, the Thinker from Bad X Villain, who I believe did really well in that NA League preseason that happened previous week. Devin, of course, being a very good E-leader, and that is a massive understatement, just given how we've seen them constantly make use of that charger.
Yes, we're just gonna call them fish and chips, and as you already mentioned, Caravan once again. We have Brian Water first up. It's not a common pick that we see a lot of times, but I think that you said previously that actually both of them chose it. Is that correct?
Yes, they both chose this map here, and it is a very interesting spot zones map, just given how you can enter the zone from pretty much any side of it. It is on its lowest level. You have a lot of high ground flanking it, so it's going to be interesting to see how both these sides approach it. We already saw what Caravan was running, but we get to see what Fish and Chips are running. We saw that 96 Deco and an S-Blast as well being your main fighting weapons.
Yes, and the E-leader, of course, that you already mentioned, and the S-Blast, on one team at least, is running Opening Gambit.
Yeah, U-Snipe poking up this left side. You saw how dangerous they were in that previous set, just to open things up for Caravan, and you see both sides actually losing their S-Blast pretty early, but it will be a 3-2 advantage in favor of Fish and Chips opening things up. You have Kraken being popped, and first control of the zone will go into their favor, just given the amount of pressure this Kraken can get.
What a pick on you here. Splash gets taken out. The S-Blasts trade each other, and it's just the 96 Deco left on the side of Fish and Chips.
Yeah, now pain control just trying to be made by Caravan. That cooler is canceled out, so no more cooler will be had for Caravan fighting without it. But it doesn't look like they'll need it too much, as they cause a 2-player down situation, punching right back with control. Not a lot of penalty to really work through, as now they look very poised to take this lead here.
Yes, it's 1 man down on both sides. Kraken is coming out to shred the buoy bomb, successfully taking him out. Now chasing the E-leader, also gets the pick.
Yeah, this 96 so far has gotten so much value out of that Kraken, made it very difficult for Caravan to move in, and you see the pressure that it has caused, moving them all the way back towards this spawn. You saw the crab being popped as well to create so much space here, but Caravan now have a little bit of an opportunity to try to get something going on this left side. They're managing to find one, is that Zap. They're managing to get into the backline here, and with Caravan moving into that control of zone, they will now work to try to chip away at this lead.
Yes, making sure to lose all of their penalty points. Zipcaster is coming out, but gets taken out immediately with now just 2 members left on the side of Caravan.
And you saw the constant pressure back and forward this match has gone through, but Fish and Chips has been doing really nicely to constantly get back in the zone in a quick amount of time. Surviving that one is going to be that pen. You have U-Snipe here yet again poking away, trying to find any value in control of the mid, but at the very least causing enough of a distraction for Caravan to move back into control of the zone. Still half of the match to be played out here, and it is still neck and neck between both sides as Caravan is out of their penalty.
Yeah, the 96 earlier forced you to drop down, and he was successfully able to pressure some people but not quite take them out, and now he got taken out himself here by the pencil. The lead, it looks like it's gonna swap here. Oh, it's actually not yet.
And the zone's still heavily contested between both sides, but Fish and Chips will manage to hold on to that very small 1-point lead. S-Blast now using that Booyah Bomb as well to force Caravan into a very tough situation. U-Snipe trying to get a pick is taken out here, and now it is Fish and Chips' turn to be out of their own penalty points here as this lead continues to grow.
Yes, he was not quite able to get the pick onto the Splash, but did you see that the Splash is running Respawn Punisher?
Yes, and just playing that more aggressive painter, I guess, is being able to move in. 15 ticks left on Fish and Chips zone. It doesn't look like Caravan have any players to contest this, and that will be a very nice opening for Fish and Chips, who looked very poised from start to finish, as they were able to hold control of the zone for a long amount of time. And even though they were forced out once or twice, their retakes really got so much value, and they were able to get back into control of the zone in quick succession.
Yes, and next up we have Umami Zones once again. I do think that it's gonna be a bit of a more tricky map for Fish and Chips just because of the E-leader player that they have. You don't have many positions that you can go on, but as you saw, you can make it work even with an E-leader, even if you don't run pencil like most teams do.
Yes, and with that more aggressive playstyle that we saw from Fish and Chips, really taking it to Caravan, who we saw in our previous set. We were just seeing them, who looked to be the aggressors of their own. It looks like a completely different story where Caravan was constantly left on their back foot, but we saw how that previous set ended as well. Caravan did lose that game 1, but they came roaring back, so it is not over quite yet. Despite being Fish and Chips being up 1-0, things can quickly change here, as we see if Caravan can equalize it.
Yes, I really do enjoy a few more Stamper plays coming out because I just think it's a weapon that not many people play. I mean, in my opinion, it's the most difficult weapon in the game, so I do respect the people playing it.
And it has a lot of flexibility to it. You have the insta-kill slash from close up, and you have still the range to chip away. It fits into a lot of comps well, but we'll have to wait and see if there's any adaptation of it. Maybe U-Snipe can get a little bit more value out of it so far, because so far Fish and Chips have looked very poised to take it out. You do have a little bit of a switch here, at least with the kits. You do have U-Snipe going over to the Booyah Bomb now for zone, which is very, very nice to have, just being able to create so much paint control. But off rip, they are taken out, and Angelo finding 2, maybe 3 in total. They could go for the quad here already early, but still, that is a great opening for Fish and Chips.
Yeah, Crab actually gets popped. I wouldn't have expected that. Gets taken out as well here by the 96 Deco, actually. They're looking very good, pressuring here with the Kraken. Might be able to get the pick onto the jump. Yes, they do.
Yes, but now the point's still ticking for Fish and Chips, who constantly have so much space put in between them and their opponents here that it is really difficult to approach. The Crab is available to kind of chip away at one of these zones, at least causing the delay. Booyah Bomb being invested as well. 2 specials being forced into the zone, but Fish and Chips still are holding on for a little bit, trying to cause as much chaos as possible, just buying themselves some time here as they are eventually forced to retreat. Caravan now in business, in control of the zone, with a Booyah Bomb to invest as well.
Yes, finally able to get their first points on the board themselves. SLS gets taken out. It's looking pretty even right now, even though Caravan has control of the zone. Kraken gets popped, looking to find the pick onto the pencil and push them back a little bit. Now it's 2 members down on the side of Caravan, so Fish and Chips should be able to get back in and cap the zone.
Yes, and now this is the back and forth stage of it. Both teams have had their time to control the zone, but 2 players going down from Caravan could allow Fish and Chips to get a strong hold here. 3 players, just the Splash left alive. Cooler is almost available for them as well, so this could snowball out of control, especially since you have these players constantly staggering. You have 2 of them just on this left side holding that tower area. Cooler now being invested, but with Fish and Chips out of their penalty, time is ticking for Caravan to get back into control of the zone, and they know it. 3 players down on the side of Fish and Chips, and they come roaring back on this retake.
Yeah, some very beautiful assists by the Pen, but it was just him left alive, so now Caravan are able to get the zone, throw their Booyah Bomb, but do they get the pick on the S-Pass? Yes, they do, and now it's 2 members down on the side of Fish and Chips. Can they get in even further? It's just the 96 Deco left, which gets taken out as well, and that's a delayed wipe.
Yeah, points ticking down for Caravan. No penalty to really worry about. You have 2 specials as well. You have the S-Blast's Booyah and this Crab that is invested on this left side. Will secure them this point lead, but will it allow them to force maybe a little bit more, maybe get that knockout if you have this S plus is lurking, waiting for the pick onto the pencil. Really nicely done. They could find one onto this crab as well, but they still have a Booyah Bomb to really work with. The players on the side of Fish and Chips cut off from each other, and its points continue to tick down. You have Mega on the splash trying to paint over the zone, but 3 go down on either side here. Just left to U-Snipe being the last player standing on the map as points tick down for Caravan. 10 ticks left. Time running out for Fish and Chips. 2 players go down, but will there be enough paint control? It doesn't look like it, as Caravan, with a nice come from behind victory, take game 2.
I was about to say the S-Blast from Fish and Chips was doing such a great job in mid, taking out 2 people, but it was not enough to get the zone cap, which leads to the set being 1-1.
Yes, and that was a really nice retakes that we saw from Caravan. Something they struggled with on that game 1, but they were able to get control of the zone with their own specials. They were able to get more value out of their specials, and that's really allowed them to get that game 2 victory over Fish and Chips. Now, we reset back to best of 3 here. Game 3 will be the one to break the tie as we move to Museum.
I'm curious if we're going to see any changes once again, because as you said, they changed from the regular stamper to the one with the Booyah Bomb, and I do think it could be great here as well, just to apply some more pressure onto the enemy plat and get in even further.
Yeah, and the more important part as well is with you running that sticker stamp as well as the S-Blast, that is double Booyah Bomb, so you'll have 2 of them to really invest, and those specials combined with a crab as well, those are really nice specials to have on a map such as Museum. We saw the value of them just constantly poking away at Fish and Chips, and that might be the change that they needed because they looked really poised in that game.
I'm curious if we're going to see the aggressive opening once again that I previously mentioned, which Bake did, but I don't think that Devin usually goes for the aggressive opening on the right side here at the start.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, we saw, like you mentioned, Bake just basically take that right drop that you normally see are reserved for aggressive weapons such as a Gal, such as a Carbon, maybe an Ink Brush, just quickly moving up that ramp. But this opening could prove to be the thing that sets the pace for the rest of the game. Really get that team into control of the zone first, really get them to that early 20-point, even 30-point advantage. So we'll have to wait and see. I don't imagine there's any major changes between either side. Still same comp for Fish and Chips, and on the other side for Caravan, almost the same. U-Snipe, though, going back to that Zipcaster, electing to go away from the Booyah Bomb.
I can imagine that they decided to do this just to have a bit more against the E-Leader, to just pressure him and take him out. The S-Plus is running opening gambit once again, looking to get the pick here on the left side, not quite able to. Oh, what a direct.
Yeah, you have a 2-3 player down early situation for Caravan, and now with this splash being the last one standing, it could prove to be a delayed wipe. It is, as Fish and Chips move in a hurry. Now, with this victory in mid, they are able to move on to their opponent's spinner, but quickly being counted out by Ali's burst bombs here, as you have the specials being built up. Kraken is available, just delaying this Booyah Bomb a little bit and buying a little bit extra time for those points to keep ticking for Fish and Chips.
Yes, S-Plus jumping out, putting his bomb onto the zone. It's 2 members down on both sides. They are able to keep the zone and apply some penalty points. 1v1 for both of the S-Plus, but the 96 actually takes him out.
Yeah, already a lot of strong control for Fish and Chips to hold control here. 2 players down on the side of Fish and Chips, however, so the Booyah Bomb will be invested just to buy themselves some more time to get back into control. But it has been all Fish and Chips so far, as these players have played really nicely, just poking away Angelo on this S-Blast, being able to get a lot of players weak on the side of Caravan to be finished off by the rest of their team. Penalty points are almost gone here, as Caravan are running out of time to get into zone.
Oh, what a cancel on the crab. I also wanted to mention the Kraken is constantly applying pressure onto the enemy plat, and in the enemy base. Zipcast is coming out, but we are almost entering single digits here, and it looks like the Zipcast is gonna get cancelled. It's 2 members down, they just have to hold the zone and get the win, but the S-Blast gets taken out, and it's just the E-Leader left alive.
Yes, 5 ticks left on Fish and Chips side, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to hold control of the zone as Caravan come roaring back here. Still an opportunity to come back. You saw how well they were able to come back in that game too. We could see a similar story here as you have U-Snipe just camping under that ledge, but they are taken out by this S-Blast. He finds another as well. Angelo has been really nice at being able to find these opening picks, just causing so much damage and trouble for the side of Caravan. You have U-Snipe, though, still alive in the backline, looking for this pick onto Devin. They will find that pick. Zipcaster also available. U-Snipe finding a second one, but before they are taken out, so a potential opening for Caravan to move into control of the zone.
Yeah, now it's just 2 people left alive on this side of Fish and Chips. They almost get taken out here by the pencil. Not quite, though.
Yeah, the Splash just painting over, trying to wait for an opportunity. The Zap, excuse me, actually, as the cooler being popped, will allow Fish and Chips to stabilize a little bit, but you do have to worry about Caravan's overwhelming numbers getting into control of the zone. Penalty points are almost gone for Caravan, so they can start chipping away at this large lead that Fish and Chips has been able to build, but they go 3 players down pretty much in a blink of an eye.
Yes, and this is the opportunity for Fish and Chips to get back in the late wipe, getting a pick from the pencil as well. Now they could go onto the enemy plat and try to get a few more picks, apply more pressure, and get in the enemy base. They don't have many penalty points left, so they don't want to overextend. Getting the pick here onto the Stamper as well.
Yes, 20 ticks left pretty much for Fish and Chips here as the numbers are running low for Caravan. You need to get into the zone soon. Cooler is popped, so that fight will be quickly taken by this Splash, just trying to get anything onto the control of paint. Just 2 ticks away from knocking out here, but Caravan live to fight another day, at least for the current moment. Penalty points themselves are almost gone, as there's not much to worry about, but it is an overall scrum in mid as you see this Kraken managing to find one onto Knight on that jump and finding his second as well into U-Snipe.
Yes, Kraken coming out once again. It has been out so many times now. 2 members of Caravan are going down, and it's looking very good for Fish and Chips. Caravan have to look for an opportunity to get back in immediately before the timer hits 0.
Yes, penalty points almost gone here. This could be the one that ends it all for Fish and Chips. No player in position on the side of Caravan to move in, and they will be taking a quick 2-1 victory now over Caravan, but it is not over yet. We're still in best of 5 situation, but Caravan now have their backs up against the wall.
Yes, crazy pick here at the end as well from the S-Blast, but as you said, it's gonna be a match point situation now. We're gonna be on Rome and Ramen once again. Really great zones map.
Yes, and you were talking about how, I mean, we've seen how aggressive these teams can be. That map was the most contested map out of these 3 games so far. And game 4 could prove to be a similar story. The key point on this map is that elbow area, and it could prove to be a very snowbally situation if you're able to kind of get that crab up on the side of Caravan.
Okay, I'm back. I had some sound issues, sorry about that. Yes, I'm curious if we're going to see any changes, but I don't think that we have major changes here. I wonder why Devin decides to play a lot of E-Leader with the Wave Breaker rather than the Kraken. I mean, of course, in zones, you have to paint and you probably want the threat that you have with the range-only E-Leader, but I do think that there are a few situations and also maps that prefer the Kraken one.
We'll have to wait and see if that proves to be any change, but the key thing here is U-Snipe going back to that Booyah Bomb. We saw that this is what worked for Caravan on that Game 2 victory, so just going back to what worked could be the difference here for Caravan to potentially get this.
Oh, what?
You have U-Snipe potentially getting this pick onto Angelo already. An early scrimmage will go into the favor of Caravan, as they will get that first control of zone with numbers advantage here.
Yes, Yu is playing his weapon very confidently. 2 people already down on the side of Fish and Chips. Cooler is coming out, so they could potentially grab the elbow for themselves now, but gets taken out by Angelo.
Yes, Kraken being popped as well for Fish and Chips to try to cause any
Oh!
presence. U-Snipe goes down pretty early to that, so numbers advantage in favor of Fish and Chips as you see the players slowly but surely trickling into the zone as Fish and Chips look very poised to take that one. 2 players down as these fights are cleaned up, but this elbow
Oh!
position is still heavily contested. U-Snipe still there.
Yeah, Yu is the last one left alive, but he's holding it down pretty decently here. Booyah Bomb's getting popped. One person down on both sides. Can they get the pick here on the 96, I believe it was? They can't, but they get taken out themselves.
Yeah, Devin still contesting that entire elbow position. Finds
Oh!
another as well, and this could be disasters for Caravan, who have gone 2 players down. Points still ticking down for Fish and Chips as the elbow position is very much in their control. Not a lot of specials to be had on the side of Fish and Chips side. You still have a Booyah Bomb and Crab. Now both Booyah Bombs able to be thrown onto the zone, but they need to go soon. You see both of them being invested into the zone as it is a last-ditch effort to try to save face. 2 players do go down on the side of Fish and Chips though, so that will be a quick zone flip, but that was basically every special they had to
No.
be invested in the zone.
Yeah, Snapper not quite able to find the pick here onto the second player. Trying to go for it, but not able to.
Yeah, so now penalty points ticking down for Caravan to maybe close
Oh
the
my
distance, but
god,
not if
what?
this S-Blast finds 3. They have been dominant during this entire set. They find the 4th as well on that jump here, and this has been all Angelo so far. Finding another one on that elbow position before they are taken out themselves. They have kind of been the X factor for Fish and Chips to move in.
Yeah, that was 3 directs in a row. That was some pretty crazy aim. Booyah Bombs coming out in combination with the pen. They might be able to at least neutralize, I was gonna say. Yes, they are, but are they able to cap the zone? They are not. But it's 2 members going down on the side of Fish and Chips, so now they should be able to apply some more penalty points.
Yes, a little under half the match to go. Caravan in control of the zone. Still a lot of time to come back from this if you're on the side of Caravan. However, Fish and Chips keep getting back into the zone. Angelo, constant pressure from this S-Blast. Finds one on tonight. The key painter from from Caravan going down here as Fish and Chips still constantly moving up this elbow position with relative ease.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Caravan. The Kraken is coming out again. Does Angelo get the pick, the trade in the end, I guess? But it's 2 members down on both sides, but it's one more pick for Fish and Chips, and now it's just the S-Blast left alive trying to find a pick here.
Yes, time ticking down. Desperation now for Caravan. 1 Booyah Bomb is invested, but 3 players go down in total. It's just left to that Crab, and they will go down, and that will pretty much spell the end for this set as Caravan, despite an initial breath of fresh air, potentially getting this one back, are stomped out as Fish and Chips will take a 3-1 set victory. Moving on to Winners Bracket Finals.
Yes, and Caravan are going to be knocked down into the losers bracket, but as you mentioned in the previous sets, they still have a chance to make their way back and possibly get all the way into grand finals.
Yes, but just the dominant presence that we saw from Fish and Chips, specifically Angelo, we both were just in awe about that triple, just constantly moving in. Not only that, they were constantly a problem for the Caravan members who were just trying to hold that elbow position, constantly getting chipped for 70. Just even an indirect from a blaster causes you to be so low and susceptible to other forms of damage that it is a difficult position to be in. But, I mean, just playing off of that S-Blast, playing off of that presence, Fish and Chips were able to take that one and move on to winners finals. So with that being said, we're still waiting for, actually the bracket just finished. Oro Jackson will be the team that will be facing Fish and Chips in the winners bracket finals, but we'll have a little bit of time to kind of set that up. But don't go anywhere as we have one more set with you. And we are back for the conclusion of Winners Bracket Finals. And this match will be the one to determine who will be the first team to punch their ticket into Grand Finals, securing that spot without having to fight in Losers Bracket. Fish and Chips, who we saw get that 3-1 victory in the previous set, versus Oro Jackson, a team we haven't seen yet, but has been making their way slowly but steadily through Winners Bracket. They've only had really one competitive set, and it was against the 6th seed, the Rice Showerlings, but they find themselves here facing off against Fish and Chips.
Yes, and we do have some familiar faces on the side of Oro Jackson as well. Of course, I at least know 2 players. I do know Yedi and You Leader.
Yes, very, very common players to see within Triton-Cup and paddling pool tournaments, but enough being said there, we'll just jump straight into it. Game 1, we will return to brine water on zones, of course.
Okay, nothing too crazy I was gonna say, except for the Brella, which recently got a paint buff, so I do understand the weapon choice, especially in combination with the Sprinkler.
Yeah, you have it being more of that kind of presence to just be a nuisance, really getting that paint control similarly to what you would from a splash, but have a little bit more survivability here. You see it being funneled out, just trying that Kraken, still really nicely done to move away from it, as you have the trip strikes to be utilized as well to kind of get away, kind of force Devin to to force the way. But I mean, you have Fish and Chips responding really nicely to those specials as they cause that delayed wipe.
Yeah, the strikes came out at a very unfortunate moment. Of course, as a Brella player, do not have the best matchup against Blasters. Mint is trying to find his way here inside of the zone, but gets very weak and taken out by Angelo.
Yeah, and we know how dangerous Angelo can be on that S-Blast. You see the Booyah Bomb forcing all these players back on the side of Oro Jackson. Kraken as well to kind of secure that. And point total still very strongly going in the favor of Fish and Chips. But with 2 players down on the side of Fish and Chips, you do have an opportunity for Oro Jackson to counter with those trip strikes being invested as well. So much paint control and space is claimed by Oro Jackson as they work their way through their penalty and their point total.
Oh, what a pick here from the S-Blast onto the Brella. Flanking now, looking for another pick here onto the Mint, and he gets it!
And you see Angelo is constantly moving forward, creating so much space with that weapon that you see the jump outs now from Oro Jackson, who although they were able to cause that delayed wipeout and so much space was created by them, they were forced to quickly retreat just at the blink's notice, just because of how fast Angelo and the rest of Fish and Chips were able to move in. But with a lot of specials being invested here, you saw the trip strikes going in for Oro Jackson to get control of this, and now the bubble and crab being invested. A lot of resources are being used for this hold.
Yeah, very unfortunate situation having to pop the crab tank, but it's actually able to get a pick with now 2 members down on the side of Fish and Chips, but also Oro Jackson, so it's looking pretty even. Oro Jackson able to cap the zone though, but the Brella once again gets taken out by the S-Blast.
Yeah, still a little bit of penalty to work through if you're on the side of Fish and Chips, but now in this middle part of the match, it has been very back and forward. Oro Jackson going 2 players down. Booyah Bomb is almost available for Angelo here to cause this situation be even worse for Oro Jackson to kind of get into this retake. You want to move in quickly if you're on the side of Oro Jackson, especially since you have no more penalty points on the side of Fish and Chips, but they go a quick 2 players down. This Booyah Bomb now trying to funnel out and force this Brella player to just in a very difficult situation here on this left side. They do have a cooler, but the trip strikes are being forced out. They won't be able to paint the zone in enough time here, so the resources being constantly forced by Fish and Chips has been their mainstay.
But Oro Jackson actually is able to cap the zone. I have to say, I think it's an interesting play that they threw the Booyah Bomb onto the Brella rather than in front of themselves just to apply more pressure. I didn't think that the Brella is gonna be a big issue for Oro Jackson, I think, yeah. Oh, no, for Fish and Chips, sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, with the strong presence that you saw Fish and Chips have, they're constantly forcing Oro Jackson to put in specials that you don't want to have in a certain situation. Of course, we saw with that Brella being forced to use trip strikes on that elbow position, the Kraken coming in to manage to find one, but maybe finding more for Fish and Chips to move in. The special usage has been a key point of contention between both these sides. Trip strikes available yet again for this Brella to use here. 1 minute left to move in, but will there be enough time to even use these trip strikes here as the Brella constantly being forced out? So they will go down here. Decav will find that trade, but with the players and with the trades going into the favor of Oro Jackson, time is running out for them to make this one competitive as points are continuing to tick.
Yes, the penalty points are broken down. It's just 5 more ticks, and it looks like it's gonna be the first point for Fish and Chips, making this set 1-0.
And we just saw that Fish and Chips were able to get those early picks and move in with such speed, and it caused Oro Jackson to play on the back foot for most of that match, where they were just investing so many specials just to try to get back into the zone that they didn't have any to really hold.
Yes, and next up we do have Mako Mart once again. I really enjoy seeing Mako Mart on zones.
But we'll just have to wait and see before we wait and see what potential changes we could see here. But I mean, in the first game, you kind of just take that one on the chin and move forward. But with Mako Mart being a lot more of a close range, more aggressive type map, you will have those weapons that focus on AoE, such as blasters, really get a lot more value here. We saw how dangerous Fish and Chips blasters can be. Oro Jackson just needs to kind of find a response to that, because so far, every opponent that Fish and Chips has come across really has not found an answer for Angelo.
Yes, I do think he's going to be a big threat on the far right side, or just below the ledge on the left side if they don't know where he is. Either way, he's going to be a big threat, but let's see if we're going to see any changes here. We see the Mint and the Brella coming out once again, so it's looking like they're going to stick with their weapons.
Yeah, and with bringing this Sorella Brella for the trip strikes, you really get value out of it, but of course, off-rip commentator's curse as soon as I say that the S-Blast manages to find one. Angelo is quickly countered though, but even with that pick, you do have numbers advantage going heavily into the favor of Fish and Chips, who have constantly found themselves in these matches filling up several players as Devin hits a really nice shot there to take out their pen.
Yes, really nicely done. They also have their Kraken ready, I was gonna say, to potentially get even further into their base, but it's now 2 members down on their own side. Oh my gosh, Devin.
Through the trip strike, very impressive, using that that mine activation to help them land that shot here. Already down to the 40-point mark is Fish and Chips, who have made themselves a very strong lead. Kraken trying to poke away, trying to cause some damage onto that crab, at least causing some distraction onto it, as now you have finally Oro Jackson getting a little bit of space, a little bit of control to move in, but you do have to worry, of course, about Devin, who's constantly being able to hit these clutch shots, being able to now get control of that zone as well. Fish and Chips looking very strong to hold this one.
Yes, finally able to apply some penalty points on the side of Fish and Chips. Devin trying to get a pick here onto the mint and gets it. Beautifully done.
Yes, you worry about Angelo, but you have to also worry about Devin on this E-leader, constantly providing so much kill potential. Crab forced out, interestingly, in the backline of Fish and Chips, leading to 2 members on the side of Fish and Chips having to draw their attention to that side. With that attention being drawn, Oro Jackson are able to move in to control the zone. So maybe that Crab play was the right one after all, because they still survived and it allowed them to get control of the zone.
Yes, Booyah Bomb is coming out onto the right six. Look, it looks like Fish and Chips are gonna get the zone, and yes, they do. There's a fight on bottom right, and the splash gets taken out, so it's just 2 more members on the side of Oro Jackson. Mint looking to get the pick, but gets very weak, finds the trade in the end.
Yes, penalty points ticking down for Oro Jackson, but it doesn't look like there'll be enough. Actually, no, they will still hold on to that control of the zone, but they're still ticking down at their penalty. It doesn't look like they'll get much out of that push, however, as Fish and Chips are still here with this retake, with this counter pushes. 2 players go down pretty early for Oro Jackson.
Yes, I was about to say, do they know about the Bella? But yes, they do, and it looks like he's gonna be taken out.
Yes, Devin, with that nice E-leader shot, has constantly been the problem for Oro Jackson, at least in this game so far. Almost hitting that shot onto that splash as well, but at the very least forcing out this crab, which will not get any value here. A little bit of a bloodbath happening on that left side. Trip strikes being invested just to save this one for Oro Jackson, who will at least live to fight another day, forcing the penalty onto Fish and Chips here. But yet again, we're seeing a similar game style being played out, game script from what we saw in that game 1, where it has been all Fish and Chips kind of just controlling the tempo of this, as Oro Jackson has been playing from behind.
Yeah, I think Devin got a little bit too confident trying to get that close-up pick onto the splash, I believe it was. But here the 1v1 from the Brella against the NZEP, but the NZEP actually is able to find the pick.
Yes, still heavily contested in mid here. Fish and Chips do look poised to take control of the zone, especially with that Booyah Bomb being placed out here. But the Trip Strikes now being invested, and the Crab on the side of Oro Jackson could lead for the changing of hands in the zone here. One pick going into the favor of Fish and Chips could stabilize things. Penalty points no longer an issue for Oro Jackson as they try to close that lead, but with Cooler being popped, Fish and Chips are fighting with a lot more speed.
Yes, penalty points are now broken through for Oro Jackson, but it's now just the pencil left alive. Cooler is coming out immediately though, which is going to be very helpful to get back in immediately. 96 here on the left side with his splash roll is going to be quite annoying to get out.
Yeah, that's time ticking down. Penalty points no longer an issue. 2 players do go down on the side of Fish and Chips, giving Oro Jackson a chance to get into control of the zone. 30 seconds left. It's going to have to be a monstrous hold and comeback for Oro Jackson to make this one competitive. But if they're able to win this team fight here, it could be in the cards. You do have Angela going down to this pen. Penalty points almost gone for Oro Jackson. Cooler is up as well as we tick near overtime. Kraken being invested. 10 seconds left. Can Oro Jackson hold just for a little bit more?
Yeah, but they do see the Brella flanking here on the left side. It's 1 member down on both sides. Now it's 2 members down on both sides, so it's looking very even. They need to cap the zone before overtime is running up, but it's 3 members down, and Fish and Chips are barely able to get their second point for this set.
Yes, and that was just really nicely done from start to finish. Yet again, Fish and Chips playing to their tempo. Yes, they did give up some points here and there, but they were always able to retake in quick succession. And that's just the hardest part about competitive Splatoon in general for zones. Just being able to retake into control of the zone is the most difficult part about it, but Fish and Chips make it look pretty easy as we move to Game 3, potentially our last game in the set if Fish and Chips pull off the sweep. We are moving to Mahi zones, which is probably the most snowbally zones map of all of the ones we see.
Yes, and we're gonna see Mahi for the very first time on stream today, a map that I used to not like so much, but nowadays I really enjoy playing it, even though it got very big changes if you compare it to Splatoon 1.
Absolutely, and we do have an opportunity here for Fish and Chips to pull off the sweep. Like I mentioned, Oro Jackson has the opportunity just to try to get one. They need something to get this rolling because so far Fish and Chips have had their number every single time. So now could be the potential for some weapon changes or maybe some different type of playstyle, because so far from start for finish, Fish and Chips, similarly in game 1, forced out a lot of Oro Jackson specials.
Definitely. I'm curious if we're gonna see the Brella still on one side or if they decide to make any changes, but they use it consistently, so I don't think we're gonna see that much of a change on either side.
Yes, but you need to get out these players on the side of Fish and Chips, specifically this E leader and this S Blast that Fish and Chips has just constantly been allowing themselves to get 1 or 2 players up in terms of numbers, but it is do or die time now. Oro Jackson need this one to stay alive. Fish and Chips, if they're able to win this, punch their ticket to grands, and we do see some changes.
Yes, I'm not sure what it's called in English, to be honest, but we do see the Brella with Big Bubbler coming out. Now Oro Jackson are running double Big Bubbler.
Yes, that is the Recycle Brella. That you have. The very unusual weapon to see, if ever, but you do have the flexibility, of course, to spam out those Brella shields and constantly be that nuisance. But with them switching over to that, of course, like you mentioned, they do have Big Bubble instead of the Trip Strike, so the retake potential is going to be a little bit weaker, and you see the effects of it here as Angelo manages to find 2 off rip, yet again, constantly showing that they are be forced to be reckoned with, now forcing out the Crab as well.
Yes, S-Plus not quite able to get the pick onto the Crab, so very smart decision to jump out here and maybe find the pick on the Brella. Not quite getting into the 1v1 with the Mint, actually gets the pick. Insane.
Yeah, really nicely done there just to keep things alive for Oro Jackson, but the Booyah Bomb being invested will allow Fish and Chips to stabilize this round a little bit. Angelo poking from under that ledge is taken out here, so yet again Crab is available for Oro Jackson to secure this, but retakes are so important on this map just because of how dangerous it is to go down pretty early, and you do see the effects of it as that Crab is taken out as well. Penalty points no longer an option, nor a worry for Fish and Chips as Oro Jackson just try to jump to their pen on this left side. These jumps could be camped out.
Yes, they could be, but the man is actually able to get a few pieces. 2 members down on the side of Fish and Chips, and they are able to get the cap onto the zone, applying some more penalty points, keeping themselves in this set.
Yes, living to fight another day, but this map can snowball pretty fast, so it is still an opportunity for Oro Jackson to pull this one back, especially since you have this Crab on this left side. You have Angelo constantly just putting caution to the wind. They do go down, at least on that one, with a 2-player down situation. Oro Jackson looking very poised to bring this one back. You do have their Zap going down fairly early, so 4v3 retake will be had. As you see, the point total continuing to tick down all the way to the 35 tick. Kraken being used by this 96 in a very interesting situation all the way in the back, just constantly being poked away by these members, but it is heavily contested in mid. Oro Jackson looking very promising to take this one over, and they barely don't get that lead switch.
Yes, not quite the lead swap. Mint gets taken out as well, and that's the wipeout actually for Fish and Chips. The 96 Deco used their Kraken multiple times in this set already to just get behind the enemies, protect themselves with their splash wall, but now the S-Bus gets taken out, completely shredded here on the enemy plat. Cooler coming out, but almost no more penalty points left, so Oro Jackson have to go now.
Yes, penalty points almost gone, like you mentioned, but Angelo is still a issue, managing to find 2. Just the Crab left standing, the only thing that is standing in between Fish and Chips and the victory, but they're taken out by Devin with a really nice shot. That is a difficult shot to hit, taking out the Crab user, and that will pretty much seal the deal in a 3-0 convincing sweep. Fish and Chips will be your first team to punch their ticket to Grand Finals.
Yes, very nicely done. And I have to mention, beautiful crab cancel here at the end by Devin. And then, obviously, the kill on the jump, which secured them the win in the third game. And as you said, the entrance to Grand Finals.
Yes, but in start to finish, we saw that pretty much during the entirety of all three of these games, Fish and Chips were able to play their game, play really to their strengths, and constantly put up that pressure that Oro Jackson didn't really have any response to. So, with that being said, Fish and Chips, like we've said, move on to Grand Finals. Oro Jackson still have an opportunity to get some revenge in losers bracket, but they'll have to fight their way up there. And I do believe this is going to be our last match that we'll be commentating before a commentator switch. So we will still have a stream, but you will not be hearing from me or Manoli. But before we go, Manoli, where can the people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Manoli Clips, and that's basically the only social media that I have. But thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for listening. I enjoyed. We had some fun matches, and I hope to be back soon.
Yeah, and as for me, you can find me at rocket_splat on Twitch. You can find me at rocket1 on Blue Sky, and like Manoli said, thank you for having me and Manoli here for Block 1. We'll be moving it over and handing it over to Block 2. We'll be having new commentators. I believe we'll be having Pat and Phantom Moon to take it away for the rest of Triton-Cup number 115. So don't go anywhere. The rest of the tournament is to follow.
Have fun, guys. See you.
right, and welcome back to Triton-Cup 115. I am Pat here with Phantomu, ready to watch our lower bracket and know who is going to be our second team in Grands. Hey Phantomu, how are you?
Well, I was playing Triton earlier today.
Yeah.
Didn't make it very far, but probably the furthest I've ever been, so I'm pretty happy with that.
That's nice, that's good to hear. Well, right now we're about to watch teams that made it this far, but are fighting pretty hard and have gotten like good results. On the one side we have Caravan with a bunch of very well-known and established players, and on the other side it's Kira equals Sleepy with another bunch of known and well-established players. So we're gonna have a good show.
I'm looking at the roster right now, and I don't think I've seen anyone. But yeah, let's get into game one.
Yeah, let's get into the game. On the side of Caravan, pay attention especially to the pencil players. For them, they're very, very dangerous. With a charger, we'll see how things go in this game. And going on to Robo-Roman, that's a nice map to start because it allows so many different ways to play. You really know what a team is about after a game of Robo-Roman.
We see the Stamper go down pretty much immediately, and there are two down on Kara Sleepy. It doesn't seem like anybody's gonna cap the zone off of this though.
Yep. Well, right now, Caravan taking a bit of control, and thanks to the Crapang are able to push Kira away, but here comes the answer right as the crab is over. Kira retakes completely the zone, and now it's their turn to establish themselves on the elbow, and that elbow control is usually what decides this game on this map.
Oh, as plus having to survive that strike somehow. Booyah Bomb should be able to get the team back in, but we'll see.
Yeah, and right now Kira equals Sleepy is very much staying there, keeping their control over the elbow and punishing any push that Caravan is trying to get. Caravan keeps losing their players. They kind of staggered trying to get back the elbow, and right now Kira simply, with all the resources, are keeping their control.
It took a bit, but it seems like Caravan finally has their players back, and they'll see what they could do with the crab and the cooler. Kara and Sleepy are two down, and they are able to take back the zone.
Yeah, that's a nice retake, but now Caravan needs to match what Kira just did. I mean, 13 is a big lead for a team right now, but it's two down on Kira equals Sleepy. It looks like Caravan are able to establish themselves, to take control of the positions. Now the big question is, can they hold that next push and get the lead?
Doesn't look like they're faring very well against that crab. It's very likely that Kara and Sleepy will take the zone back here, and yeah, they do. And I don't think they'll be able to get very far into that base because Caravan has their special backup.
Yeah, Caravan is ready to get back onto the zone. They lost the control and the penalty was applied, but they're still here to fight, and look at that, they're already retaking control and they are on the elbow again. And right now, diving forward, getting that trade with the pencil while under cooler is very good for Caravan. That's going to slow down Kira for the rest, for the next 30 seconds.
Staring at the Booyah Bomb menacingly. It was very risky and pretty interesting to see that splash rush in this far, and it looks like they'll be doing it again. Caravan is two down, but they're still like doing their best to hold on zone. They're still trying to fight for zone despite like.
Ooh. Once again, Caravan, like they struggled at the start of this game, but right now they're winning fights. They're able to push back in again and again and to establish themselves in control. That crab was very aggro and was able to get value. Right now, Caravan almost done with their penalty, are really looking at getting that lead.
It was a really interesting set of movements there from the fight we just saw. I'm kind of surprised that it didn't kill. Now the crab is coming out, trying to see if it can outpaint the pencil. it finds itself the pick on the splash.
Oh,
Caravan are 3 down, so things don't look too good for them.
and one more players would have allowed them to get the lead, but right there, Kara Sleepy was able to keep that lead, to maintain that lead by one single point. Going into the last minute, that lead is getting more and more important as Caravan is preparing another push, and with the Booyah Bomb, they should be able to get back in control of the zone.
Both teams seem like they're staggering a little bit. S-Plus was like forced to jump out. We'll see like a bunch of specials go out on both sides, and the zone looks pretty even right now. The points are also really, really close, I just noticed.
Yeah, they're close, but there's so little penalty left on Caravan. Penalties applied again, though. Kira maintaining their lead, maintaining their control, and with 15 seconds left and 2 players down, Caravan needs something big if they want to get back in this incredibly close game. Right now, it looks like Kira are able to keep themselves here. Can they maintain the control? Oh, well, the zone is taken, and with 2 players down, Caravan could look at an overtime.
With a set of tri-strikes from Kara, I do feel like they'll be able to take back zone like immediately. So I think for Caravan, they've wiped out. It doesn't look like they'll be winning this.
That was close, though. There was only
really
3 points. 3 points left on that penalty. Caravan struggled at the start, but got better and better throughout the game. It's just that Kira had built such a big lead throughout the game that right there, all they had to do was reapply penalty over and over and punish the mistakes, which means they are 1 game up in this best of 3, only needing another game.
I do feel like the strikes they had was very good for zone. Again, like especially against a team with no strikes, because that kind of does just guarantee victory in overtime. Well, guarantees a zone flip.
Yeah, I mean, these strikes, they paint so much and from the distance, which is like always useful, though Caravan have a good amount of paint potential on their team. We'll see if they're able to use that well going into Barnacle and Dime, because now, I mean, we're on the lower bracket. It's a best of 3. There isn't any room for mistake left for Caravan. They need to win this. But I mean, we're at this point of Triton-Cup where all of these players are incredibly experienced and know the stakes and are used to it. So we'll see how Caravan can bounce back. And again, they were learning, they were getting better at fighting Kira. We'll see how they're able to do that.
It still seems like Kara is the only team running strikes again.
Yep.
Well, from what it looks like, Caravan is going for a special, like, immediately. Going for Crab. And they do get the early zone, but two go down. I don't think they'll be able to hold zone much longer. But there's also 2 down on Kara's side.
Yeah, and both teams activated their crabs. On this map, Crab Tank is so powerful, both in mid and for retakes. These crabs can really establish the control and control the pace of the game, really, which on this map is so crucial. Right now, Kira has the control, but they lost 2 players. It looks like Caravan are going to retake control of the zone. Now the big question is, can they get rid of the splash? The splash was forced out, which means that Caravan right now are fighting their way forward. If they can establish themselves ahead of the map, they're gonna get the lead.
Sapper was really in the purple back there. The Zipcaster does find another kill, surprisingly. And I think that will allow Caravan to hold the zone for a few more seconds.
Yeah, that's all is nice, but here comes the strikes, as you were talking about. These strikes paint so much, but not painting enough to take control. Caravan are still with the most paint on the zone and scoring points right now. Kira trying to go in. Amano just to repaint the zone. The splashdown is enough to help get the control right there, but this time it's Caravan taking the early big lead and Kira needing to play catch up.
They have just went 3 down, and if Kara could get a Saga going, it could be really big for them.
Right now, ooh, punish on the crab that dive to the side. But that crab is able to defend itself, and Kira is retreating to the zone. Fighting on the zone is kind of bad for them right now. Caravan is going to have paint for free, applying penalty while fighting, and Kira suddenly is back behind the zone as both teams are playing for neutral, are trying to get control.
Rhea gets shredded in that strike. They see, well, they have a crab coming out, and it doesn't look like Kira's going to be able to outpaint it. But if they get another crab like right now, they might be able to prevent the zone from flipping. But it doesn't seem like they do.
Yeah, I mean that zone has been yellow and blue over and over.
Yeah.
Both teams simply trading blows, trying to retake control. Kira able to paint on the zone, but instantly forced out. But again, gets two down. They'll retake the zone again, and with that splat on the splash, that's a lot of ground lost by Caravan. As I say that, they were able to get a flank and to keep their presence around. It's been a scrap. It's been a fight for mid for the past minute and a half.
Well, they're trying to rush down a crab here, it seems, and the crab. I feel like the crab wasn't able to do much because of the pressure it was like facing.
Yeah.
Kara does seem like they're struggling to get zone, but they do have another crab ready, so they could like flip things around if they needed to.
Yeah, and right now, Caravan holding the zone once again. The strikes were traded with the Booyah Bomb, but Caravan stays on top with the numbers advantage and getting more and more splats right there. Caravan holding their ground and almost done with their penalty. Going into the last minute, they could get a KO.
It doesn't look like Caravan has many resources keeping them alive. And Kara is charging up specials really, really quickly, and also using them really, really quickly. The strikes aren't quite able to cap the zone, and both teams are playing mostly for paint right now, and Kara is able to cap the zone, which will give them another chance at getting the game.
Yeah, with 35 seconds left in the game, Kara needs to get the comeback, but they're done with their penalty right now. If they can survive the attack of the Stamper, they could get more control right there, and they were able to keep Caravan away from the zone. That's all they need right now. That crab tank needs to paint for Caravan if they want to reapply penalty, if they want to deny the comeback. And with the Booyah Bomb, Caravan is coming back in and doing what Kira did to them in game number 1, reapplying penalty right before the end of the game. There will be no overtime. We are going to a game number 3, Pentamoon.
Yeah, no overtime Friday. Yeah, it's Friday. That was also pretty close. It seemed like at this level that there are quite a few, there are going to be quite a few moments where the zone is just constantly flipping and not many fights are going on.
Yeah, I think we had kind of the same game, these two games in which one team was able to take control early in the game, and then the other team was doing their best to play catch up and try to get back in there. It's just that Caravan was able to, I mean, it took them a bit more time to get control for Caravan, but I mean, it feels like Caravan is getting more and more control. Now going onto Hagglefish Market, a map that is kinda a lot like Barnacle and Dime, in which it's very, very flat and very good if you have a crab tank, something both teams like to bring. I feel like we'll see how these two teams are gonna do, and already they're done with the weapon select. Let's get in the game. Winner will go to the lower bracket finals. Oh no, the lower bracket semis. This is round 6 only. This feels like a semi.
Yeah. Now that I feel like really slow for noticing this, but their comps do feel really, really similar now that I'm looking at them again.
I mean,
So yeah,
they're both. Mhm.
no, to continue.
Yeah, they both have the same idea, which is the classic comp that we've had in this meta of this well-rounded up weapon, with the blaster being maybe the one exception to that, but it plays the same role as the S-Blast, so we know what to expect. Each of these players kinda know their job, know what to do, and right now, Caravan took a lot of ground, but lost a lot of players in doing so. Kira will try to repaint the zone, but they went a bit hasty to do so, and the strikes didn't find the control. That crab tank should be enough, though, as they're able to punish the opponent crab tank. Kira is taking control over the zone.
I do remember seeing at the beginning of the match, the Stamper was able to get a sneaky flank, and I think that's what allowed them to get into their base, but I feel like Kara did a really good job at coming back from that.
Yeah.
And now they have Caravan pushed into their spawn. Let's see if the Zipcast is going to find any picks.
Well, the Zipcaster is going in. Oh, and is going to find the pick on the pencil. That's always nice to get right there as Caravan. Oh, Caravan lost a few too many players and won't be able to apply penalty. It looks like Kira is the team that's going to get the early lead. Now, Caravan, we know they like to mount a comeback. We saw that in game number 1. Can they do it this time? Can they get to the end of it? They're already back on the zone, and with that crab tank, they're taking a lot of ground, a lot of control, but Kira is already there back into the fight, and their crab tank is ready as well, Fantanu.
Well, I feel like Caravan might struggle to defend against the crab this time around.
Yeah.
Especially because that, like, multiple players down and they don't have their own crab. Kara is able to paint the zone and push up pretty far in, so it would be really disadvantageous on Caravan if they were to fall into a stagger, but they do get 3 down on Kira and are able to push back in. Stamper looks like was able to push really, really far in, but had to escape, and unfortunate for them, they got bombed.
Yeah, and right there, Caravan able to get rid of their penalty. They lost their Stamper, which, as you said, was kind of their main way to get forward. And right now, Kira are playing off of that weakness, are getting back control over the zone. The Stamper is back for the fight, but it's a bit too late. The zone has been taken, and Kara is taking a lot of control. 3 down onto Caravan once again. Kara, they look very, very comfortable on this map.
Yeah, they're in a really, really good position right now. They do have an advantage on specials, but that bucket does go down, and suddenly Caravan is in the advantage, and they're going really, really far in with that Zipcaster.
Yeah, but they got punished. The strikes going all around the map. Are they enough? No! Caravan's still able to apply the paint, but they lost a bit too many players. I feel like they won't keep that zone very, very long. Kira still in control, retaking the zone. They lose 2 players, but going into the last minute, they still have a very, very nice lead.
It seems like both teams are just playing for special and playing for, like, zone control at the moment. Kind of just like poking at each other. The Zipcaster once again goes really far in, and even if they don't get many kills, it should be able to get enough attention for the rest of the team to go in.
Yeah, well, it looks like the Zipcaster didn't get enough attention. Kira are able to get that control, to get forward, and a few players
really nice
down.
pick.
Caravan,
Really nice pick from the bucket.
yeah, and Caravan right now, they don't have much choice. They need to push in. They need to push in now. They don't have their specials ready, and they don't have much time as well. And with 2 players down, Kiro equals Sleepy will take game number 3 and the set.
Yeah, that ending felt pretty clean from Kira.
Yeah, that was quite clean indeed. Kira They let. I mean, Caravan was able to get a few good fights, was able to get pushes, but on this map, especially on Hagglefish, really player like Kara was able to push further, was able to punish Caravan whenever Caravan would get ground, whenever Caravan would win a fight, Kira would answer right away and get back and get more from the situation than Caravan did. Which means they are going to move forward on to the next round, onto the lower bracket semis, where they will meet the Rice Showerlings.
I'm going to check out the sendo real quick.
Yeah, well, while you do that, we're gonna take a short break. We'll be right back.
Yippee! Epic return. Triton-Cup's back.
Yay!
We are on lower bracket semis. Kara equals Sleepy versus the Rice Showerlings.
Yes.
First part being Wahoo Zones, which is something I have never seen streamed ever.
Oh, really? Well...
No, I haven't seen it. I don't... Well, to be fair, I don't watch comp very much.
Well, here's the thing. The Rice Shoutings, they have a Tetris player. And when you have a Tetra players, Dark Tetras, you want to go on Wahoo World. And I bet we're about to find out. So pay attention to Remy with the Dark Tetras. That could decide the game. And it's going to be on Kira Sleepy to really stop them, to really punish their plays if they want to keep control of it. But I mean, Kira Sleepy, they have very, very good players. They know what to expect, and we'll see how they're able to play.
It seems like Rice Shaolins are running colorless, and I really respect that. Splash going down immediately to 52, which get traded back by Key Pencil. The Rice Shaolins are staggering quite a bit though, and they won't be able to hold zone for very much longer. Bubble doesn't come out quite in time. And their stagger does continue. It will be pretty difficult for them to come back in, it seems.
Yeah, they know the importance of keeping players near the zone at all cost, and right there, Kira Sleepy is the team losing a bit too many players. The Rice Showerlings managed to get back in there. The stagger paid off for once, and right now they're the ones in control of the zone, forcing the Kira Sleepy to use their resources to go forward. But with 2 players down, very nice fights. It looks like Kira will be able to get back onto the zone.
Rice Shaolins are once again 2 down, but they do still have the lead. Stamper is trying to go for a flank, and they do lose the Stamper 1v1, and it is just the mini once again.
Yeah, Kira Sleepy able this time to really establish themselves, put some yellow all around. The Stamper trying to dive to the side to punish the mini, but not able to get the splat quickly, which means the Rice Shaolings right now are going to get back control over the zone. And I mean, our 2 teams are very much evenly matched with each other, with 1 point only separating them, but the Rice Shaolin are back in control and not that much penalty left on them.
I expect us to see a bunch of specials come out like around now, as both sides have quite a few ready. We saw the Zip Cluster go down immediately, then followed by a Reef Slider.
Ooh.
Kara and Sleepy are 2 down, and Rice Shaolings are ticking down the points pretty quickly.
Yeah.
2 go down on...
Needs... They need
2...
to now push.
Go ahead.
Okay, they need to push right now, they need to get to the zone, but that's Stamper for the Shaolings doing so much work, simply keeping the fight there, giving the mini the time to deploy the bubbler in front of the zone. The Rice Shaolings, once they were in control, managed to really decide the pace of the game, shutting down any push from Kira and getting game number 1, Phantom.
I really respect them for not running cooler. I like knowing that it's not necessary in the meta.
It's very much a risk-reward situation. The Shaolings, like, they have their quick respawn weapons, so they know, oh, because we already have some quick respawn stacked up anyways on our weapons, we don't necessarily mean this tactical, but that also means they are in danger. There's more risk to everything they do. Right there on Wahoo World, the risk paid off. Now going on to Barnacle, taking risky actions can cost you a lot, because if you're pushed out without cooler, you're losing a lot and a lot and a lot of time.
Have you seen the Rice Shaolings before? And well, that question first, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen them around. not sure if I've seen them under that name in a while, but I've seen all of these players. All of these players are used to playing Triton-Cup and to play at that level, you know, of high execution, and they know the risks. They know how to play this, and they're used to this comp. I think they know each other very well. So yeah, they're the kind of teams that you have to pay attention to.
Well, it doesn't look like Kara and Sleepy are going for the zone immediately. They're trying to go around, and the Gal does find 2 players, which put the Rice Shaoling at a pretty... Wait, other way around, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the Rice Shaolings lost players, but still took the zone. And right now, Kira forced to use the splashdown on the zone, still not able to get it. A wipeout should be enough to allow them to cap. I mean, that's the power of the Shaolings, I guess. They're able to fight as they are painting, and even when their player's down, they're still coming back for more fight.
It was quite unfortunate to see the Blaster having to solo paint zone for a minute there. Rice Shaolings are 2 down once again, but they do still have zone. It's taking quite a while for Sleepy 2, well, Kira and Sleepy to recap zone.
Yeah.
They do have advantage at the moment, and it seems like they'll be able to hold it for quite a bit longer.
Yeah, and now they've established themselves in front of the zone. They'll keep the fight away from it, as the Rice Shaoling now need to mount something, need to get their specials and get in, as they're kind of forced to let Kira get points as they're preparing their specials. But here they come, the Zipcaster already getting 1 splat, looking for another, as Kira right there is going to lose the zone with 3 players down. The Rice Shaolings are back on there. They lost a lot of points there, but they are back in this game.
They have tried to push up really far ahead really quickly. Kara and Sleepy are 3 down, which should let the Rice Shaolings get a walkout pretty quickly. It was really interesting to see that they survived for so long in that corner there.
Yeah, and right now, the Rice Shaolings are still scoring point. Kira are moving on to the zone, painting it as they're fighting, but the splats are coming. The Rice Shaoling will be forced out of the zone, which means Kira keeps their lead going, and with that extra splat, they're gonna set themselves up again in front of the zone to get more and more control, more points.
That splashdown coming out doesn't seem to find a pick though. They are able to catch a jump, but they are like surrounded by everyone from the Rice Shaolings.
Yeah, and right now it's 2 down onto Kira. The Rice Shaolings are able to get back control over the zone. With 2 minutes left in the game, they have plenty of time to mount the comeback, but losing that Gao so early, it could cost them a bunch.
The Blaster does get pretty quickly taken down by the Tetra, which I see will be camping here for until like further notice. The team has gone down, and I wonder if they will be using the Reef Slider solo here. They were able to buy like quite a bit of time doing all those dodge rolls, which did allow the team to come back in. And now it does seem slightly more even between the two. Splashdown gets 2 players, and now suddenly Kira is at a really big advantage. That's a wipeout.
That's a wipeout indeed, and the penalty is almost down. The Rice Shaolings, they only have 1 push left. If they miss that next push, if they miss that next team fight, that's going to be the end of the game. They need to run forward, use everything that they have to get control of the zone right there. The Gal going around, but the Gal is the last squid standing. The rest of the team got shredded by the strikes, I believe, which means we are going to a tiebreaker, a game number 3.
What's the second tiebreaker we've seen?
Yeah.
This block? Question mark?
Yeah.
Call it a block.
Second tiebreaker in a row. We're having once again a very close Triton-Cup where teams evenly matched, are fighting till the very end. And right there, going on to Umami Runes, we have kind of a map that is between the first two that we got. So we'll see how these two teams are able to do. Oh, I'm getting notified that this is the second tiebreaker we see on the stream in the tournament. I guess we're way luckier than our previous previous friends.
So, I guess this map is going to be a bit more difficult for any Reef Slider or Splashdown strats. They will have to, like, you can't really, like, fast second cap the zone in this.
You know what's especially hard on this map? When you only have 3 players playing it for your team. I think the Rice Shardings are going to get a reset. A disconnect happened before the game started, so it doesn't count. It's a free reset. It's fine. We're gonna keep playing.
Shifting station.
Bit of blinking right there, but we are still on Umami Runes. We're going to get back in there as soon as that player is back in the lobby, which shouldn't take much time. And yeah, we'll see how things go.
From what it looked like, they were running, I think, the same comp as last time.
Yeah, I think I don't think we're gonna see much change in terms of comps. Both of these teams are running a solid composition that they do they know what to do with. So we'll see. I don't think we'll see much difference right now.
Oh, question for you. Are you a fan of Umami?
I'm a fan of every single thing in this game. And I really love especially Double Zones map, which Umami is. I really like the way teams have to play around it, the way they have to fight more to get penalty. Which means we get to see more fights around the zone, more team fights, and I feel like the dynamic it gives to the game is always interesting to watch.
Yeah, I'm also a Double Zones enjoyer. It does feel like it makes the matchup a bit more even.
Yeah.
Or like it feels a bit more fair. Let's try this again.
Let's try this. It looks like we have 8 players this time, which should be enough for a good game. Yes, everybody is here. Let's get right in there. Remember, the winner of this will go onto the top 3, on to the lower bracket finals. And let's go already. It looks like there's a splat on the Showerlings Gal, as Kira Sleepy is able to get some control, but not that much yet. I mean, Showerlings are used to getting splatted, and they're already coming back right now, taking a lot of control and pushing in. They're going in, and that bubbler will allow them to really delay any push from Kira.
Mini is like pushed all the way into the corner. They do unfortunately get hit by the whale. Oh, it wasn't the whale? Well, by the blaster then.
Yeah, and right there, Kira able to retake control over the zones, and because it double zone, they had really established themselves on top mid and get some momentum going, but already the Showerlings are surrounding them. Very nice flank by the Gal right there, which is allowing the rest of the team to get in and get so much control free down onto Kira. It looks like the Rice Showerling are on fire right now.
Everybody is going to be respawning with Cooler, so I don't think it's going to be too long till they're able to make a comeback. Or well, at least attempt to.
Yeah, they didn't lose that much special, but they lost the position, and right there, the Rice Showerling are winning the next fight once again. The Zipcaster going in, forcing everybody to move back. They lost their player, but I mean, Kira is simply forced to fight from their spawn Can they get the zone from that fight, or will the Rice Charling be able to respawn fast enough to contest the zone? It looks like they're able to respawn fast enough. The fight was so far from the zone. Oh, wait. Oh, they managed to have one person to paint it, and which is enough to apply a penalty right there. Very, very well played. But the Rice Charling still fighting ahead, still jumping in, getting completely staggered. I guess that's their strategy. And but that did not work this time. Kira and Sleepy are in control of the zone and of the map, and getting more and more splats, able to punish more and more these jumps. Phantomu?
From what I've seen, this blaster has kind of been popping off.
Yeah.
Like getting that jump and getting a few other kills. Kira and Sleepy look like they'll be able to take lead here, unless the Rice Showerlings somehow do something, which it seems like they will do. Stamper did get 2 picks. That Kira and Sleepy are 3 down, and Rice Showerlings are able to get back in. Connection issues, yippee!
Yeah,
Not really.
We have a disconnect on the side of a Rice Shaoling who were in the lead. This time we're way too far into it. Oh no, well, it's getting worse and worse.
That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, that's really not good right there. The Rice Shoutings kind of letting it happen. They know you can't get back with only 2 players. This was so close, so tense, but right there, the bad connection on the side of the Rice Shoutings is what going to be the end of them.
Oh, can be replayed?
That's not on us to decide. I believe, according to the rules, like that would be a point for Kira. But I mean, we'll see how things go.
We'll find out.
Right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be points for Kira is Sleepy. And yeah, that's the game for them. That's they just ended the game being like, no, we lost, we're resetting this. Nice, very nice messages are extended, are being traded inside the chat. Very sportsmanlike, like saying good luck to their opponent for the next game. Next game that we're going to see very soon, now that we know who our 2 teams are. It's going to be Kira Sleepy going against Oro Jackson, seed number 2 against seed number 3. Right after this very short break, Phantom.
We'll see you again in a number of minutes, yeah.
Yay! And we're back with Triton-Cup 115. This time, we're still with the same team we've been following, which is Kira equals Sleepy. This time they'll be facing Earl Jackson, a name? A pickup name I haven't seen in a while, but I guess they're back as a pickup, as together. So it's nice to see. Always great players able to do so much. They were put on here by RC #1 that is waiting for them in Grand Finals. We'll see which of his team will be able to get the most of it. Have these two teams met earlier in the tournament? I'm not sure. Let me check.
Aura Jackson is a very familiar name for me.
Yeah. Yeah, they've established themselves as like these very, very good players, able to do so much. They register for majors quite often, but I'm glad we get to see them at Triton.
I find it interesting how they've decided to run the Umbrella.
Yeah, that recycle umbrella, we don't see that often, but I guess it's there to do the job, and right there, Oro Jackson is able to get control over the zone already, forcing Kira to try to go here. That splashdown is not going to find much yet, but the blaster is able to do the work.
Kills. Is that a triple they're able to get?
Almost there. Yeah. But right now, Kira is Sleepy able to get control, able to set themselves in front of the zone, and with these strikes to simply stop Oro Jackson from going forward. But it's only the first minute of the game. There's still more to come, and with 2 players down, very nice platform right there. Kira Sleepy is on their way to make a lot of points.
The crowd did feel like it was under quite a lot of pressure just now. I could see that the umbrella did grab the attention of the bucket to start like poking upwards. Do they see the decap coming?
Yeah, well, right now, Oro Jackson painting all around, finally able to apply penalty and get control over the zone. The flash down to the side is not going to help the blaster at all this time. Oro Jackson, with 0 penalty left, are going to score points, and with that crab tank on the elbow right there, they're taking a lot of control.
A really powerful crab position. They do get taken down immediately, and Kara and Sleepy have a bunch of specials ready. The strikes go up, but they're unable to find any picks, and 2 of them do go down. Oro Jackson is able to continue holding zone, but with like an applied penalty.
Yeah, penalties applied, but the lead is for Oro Jackson right now. Kara Sleepy able to get the wipeout, though. This time they will take control over the zone, over the map. It's their turn to push ahead, and it's on Oro Jackson to regroup and prepare their specials now.
All of them are currently marked, and Kara and Sleepy are cooled. Yep. So, the drop to the strikes on the ceiling is really, really interesting to see.
Yeah. They can really surprise your opponent, but it didn't surprise Oro Jackson enough. Oro Jackson is able to repaint the zone. There's a 1-point lead for Kiro equals Sleepy, but Oro Jackson right now repainting, taking a lot of control. Oh, that blaster has been found. They know to expect. That blaster has been going to the side so much throughout this game, and now Oro Jackson is waiting for them, but that was not enough to deny the cap over the zone by Kira Sleepy.
It did feel a little slow to be capping zone on Oro Jackson's end. They are 2 down again, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to take down the penalty anytime soon.
Yeah, right there. Penalty is applied over and over by Kira Sleepy. And that's all they need to do. I mean, with 1 minute and 20 seconds left into the game, Kira Sleepy are riding their lead, and now they're almost done with their own penalty. It's on Oro Jackson to really push their way in, maintain the pressure, maintain the aggro if they want to get back in this game. But with that bubbler is very well placed. That could allow it. Oh wait, 3 down on each side. It's only the pencils left to paint Phantomu. The jumps are coming in, and Oro Jackson able to get the lead.
It really does feel like it's anyone's game right now. Yeah, it was just the pencil 1v1 for a bit. Strikes come in, it doesn't quite cap zone, and Oro Jackson is trying to hold zone as long as they can.
Yeah.
Kira and Sleepy are able to get them 2 down, and they might be able to take back zone here with this splashdown. Doesn't look like it though.
Yeah, and right there, penalty is applied. Kara Sleepy still in this game, and with that crab tank, they could get some control, and they need that control with less than 15 seconds in this game. Kara Sleepy need to take the zone right there, but they're still fighting to the side. It's 2 versus 2. Oro Jackson, they know all they need to do is keep some presence next to the zone. Overtime is going to happen, but there is so many points for Kara to score if they want to get back in this game. Oro Jackson already getting 2 splats and applying so much pain pressure onto the zone. The zone is taken back, and here's a crab tank by Kara. Can they hold 2 down again? And Oro Jackson is going to take game number 1.
It did feel really, really close during the middle of that. I do definitely think Kara has a chance of winning this.
Yeah, I mean, Kara was able to fight a lot, was able to find very good angles on Oro Jackson, but in the end, Oro Jackson kind of learned the tricks that Kara was pulling and was able to punish it better and better throughout the game, which allowed them to get game number 1. Now, it's only game number 1 because it's a final, it's a best of 5. We have much, much more to watch, Phantomu.
Seems like we'll be back on Hacklefish zones again. Do you know if teams at this level always run like the same comps for every map? Because I feel like that's what I've been seeing.
I mean, usually when you're at this point in the tournament, that's not when you want to innovate, to bring a new comp.
That's true.
But they're both pickups. They are 8 very creative players, and there can always be a surprise. I mean, Oro Jackson is bringing a recycled Brella to this game. When you bring a recycled Brella, you have no fear. You can pick up any weapon, and anything could happen right there. But it looks like Oro Jackson are still with the same comp, and so is Kira. Rocking the same thing. Kira has been playing these 4 weapons since we started watching them on stream, so I don't see them changing anytime soon.
I feel like it's going to be like a matter of who gets crabbed first, and being like determining like who gets zone. Both crabs have been popped. The Oro Jackson splash are down. They are 2 down. They are bullet though, so they can make a comeback.
Yeah, and right there, crab tank is deployed by Oro Jackson, forcing the strikes onto the zone, but the strikes are not enough to cap. Oro Jackson are going to keep their control next to the zone right there. The blaster able to get 1 splat, looking to get a second, is able to get 2. The splashdown, not finding the trade, but forcing Kira to Oro Jackson to wait a little bit. Both teams are still looking at each other, but as the wait is happening, Oro Jackson are still scoring more and more points now with 2 players down and another set of strikes. I guess Kira will be able to get back onto the zone. Now, can they push in and get more ground is the whole question.
That could have been a really, really nice splashdown position, but they do get taken down by that decav. Slasher's gonna be camping there, is able to find a pick, and Kara is like a few players down, so I doubt they'll be able to contribute much to objective at the moment.
Yeah, and right there, The fight is raging next to the zone. The blaster is forced to drop, is punished right there. Very, very well played by Oro Jackson, who are going in, and now they have the tactical. They're able to really get the most out of this fight. 2 down onto Kira. Oro Jackson very much far up ahead. And I mean, in game number 1, we've seen back and forth. This game, it really feels like Oro Jackson is taking a lot of control over the map.
Crossfire from the crowd here from Oro Jackson is going to be huge for them. We do see Kira trying to make their way back. Oro is trying to like hold onto the zone as best as possible, and they are doing pretty well with that. Seems like they will be able to take the game here.
Yeah, and I mean, in game number 1, we really saw these two teams fight. Around the end of game number 1, it felt like Oro Jackson had Kira figured out. Like they were able to see them coming, to see the flanks coming before they'd happen, and to punish them. And in this game, Oro Jackson was like, hey, yeah, no, we figured out your team, not just for Robo Roman, but we figured you out and we know what to do, we know where to go. And right now, Oro Jackson has a commanding 2-0. It's on Kira equals Sleepy to really change what they're doing if they want to get a game off of Oro Jackson now.
Seems like Kira has become sleepy.
Yeah, it does look like that. But we're going to very much a classic map of this game. What I think is the best map mode in the game for competitive Splatoon is going to be Mahi Resort, of course, of Splat Zone, because it's Triton. It's very much the map to get into team fights, the map to really express yourself and have so many different ways to play, so many different ways to push and to defend. And we'll see if Kira is able to create a surprise to switch up their game, because right now, again, Oro Jackson is in their head. They need to switch things up if they want to get back.
We are heading into the game now. It is match point. If Oro Jackson win this, they will be moving on to the finals, I believe.
Yes, to the grand finals where their opponent is waiting cozily. But yeah, let's get in the game. The water will drop when someone reaches 61 points remaining. We'll see who is able to take early control, and early control on this map can do a lot. Right now, Oro Jackson winning the first team fight and pushing everybody away. That's control for Oro Jackson, and Kira is Sleepy is forced to wait, is forced to prepare the next push.
Kira and Sleepy is like immediately pushed into that spawn. It really does feel like Oro Jackson has them figured out, like you said earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, and right now the water level is dropping, but yeah.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, don't want to drop there. There's still water. Right now, Oro Jackson able to punish left and right, and to maintain their presence thanks to the bubbler. They're winning this fight so deep into Kira territory. I mean, game 1 looked tense. Game 2 looked like Oro Jackson was in control. This game, Kira is nowhere to be seen. That Booyah Bomb is nowhere near the zone. It's way too high. And that's 100-0. Oro Jackson like got faster and better throughout this whole set.
That was a really, really clean victory from Oro Jackson there.
Yeah, they are eager to go back against our scene number 1 Fish and Chips to get back against them. They want another try at that fight, and they ended Kira equals Sleepy's very, very good low bracket run. And now we only have 1 set left, only 2 teams left to decide who is going to be your Triton-Cup winner. We'll take a short break so we can prepare the lobby, and we will be right back. And welcome back. It is now time for the grand finals of this tournament. I am Pat again with Phantomu, ready to watch our top 2 teams of this Triton-Cup 115. It's going to be Fish and Chips going on the winner's side, going against Oro Jackson, which we just saw commandingly win the lower bracket finals.
I had a look at Sendo just now. I did see a few a few members from Fish and Chips win like the most recent tournaments, so I'm sure this will be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, Fish and Chips have really set themselves as the final boss of Dapple Productions these past few weeks, and they've been very, very strong now. Oro Jackson, great players. That can do so much. They struggled in winners finals against them, but as we've seen, they're always able to improve. They're always able to learn what their opponent is doing. So never count them out. Now let's go into the game, and it looks like I think we have our colors with us. Oro Jackson is in yellow, bringing again their recycled Brella.
Interesting to see that they're using Zap for Cooler this time. I might be misremembering, but I feel like I haven't seen Zap for Cooler used in this tournament run so far. Well, like Blanc.
It was shown on stream, but we haven't seen Fish and Chips play yet, Phantomu, because we just arrived. But
true.
They like to rock that Elite and Zap combination. They make it work very, very well. Right now, Oro Jackson are fighting for that zone, and we are not scoring much points yet. There's still that fight for mid.
The Recycled Brella is trying to fight for itself in that bubble, but it does not look like it could save itself. Blaster is trying to like get into this other bubble. I just realized they're running double bubble.
Yeah, they've been running these double bubbles. That allows a team to really hold a lot of control a lot of the pace of the game, but of course it makes it a bit harder to push sometimes. Right now, Fish and Chips are holding the zone and punishing. Ooh, with a double splat by the S-Blast. Very, very well played, but that's not enough as the rest of the team was brought down. Oro Jackson are able to get back on top of the zone.
They have pushed pretty far ahead now, but also doesn't feel like they're quite in lockout position yet. Fish and Chips does have like some room to work with. The Kraken is coming in. It finds 2 picks. It's just the Pencil and the Splash kind of far back. Pencil doesn't seem like it will be able to have much impact on the match in that position, and they do go down. So does the Splash. That's a wipeout from Fish and Chips, and it looks like they will be able to take lead from this.
Yeah, Fish and Chips are getting a lot of control, and penalty is pretty low on them right now with that Tacticular deployed. They're very happy to get the next fight, and right now Oro Jackson not really able to push in yet, and they're letting even Fish and Chips go in and get the splats, shoot down on Oro Jackson. Fish and Chips right now have all the control, no penalty, and they're looking at getting game number 1. Oro Jackson really needs to run in, and I don't think they'll be able to do much.
That's an unfortunate attempt of a crab, but an attempt is better than no attempt.
Yeah, and Fish and Chips keeping on their winning streak going. I mean, they've been absolutely going through this tournament, getting so many wins right there. They lost a few maps during this tournament, but against Oro Jackson, they got the 3-0. And right now, they're on a 4 games winning streak against Oro Jackson.
Maybe Oro Jackson is taking the time to like scout out Fish and Chips' team to figure out their strategy. It's possible we could see a reverse sweep. It's possible.
Hey, we've seen Oro Jackson learning. We've seen Oro Jackson improving throughout the set. So you can never count them out, especially at that level. All of these players have shown that you always have to pay attention to what they can do. Now, going on to the next game, which is going to be on Shipshape Cargo Company, we'll see how these two teams can do. One thing to really pay attention to, of course, is the backlines on each side, especially the Eliter on the side of fish and chips. Once you have a backline in position above the zones and the other team is pushed away, that can really make it very, very hard for the team to come back, because there is this wide open space between the spawn and the zone. Like, going through is very, very hard if there's an Eliter pointing their one-shot laser at you.
Elita's beam of despair and doom. Never look at it. Is this a map we've seen in this block yet?
No, it's the first time we see Shipshape in the block, yeah.
Okay, let's go. Let's get into it.
Yes, let's get into the game. Oro Jackson switching to the umbrella. I was informed that they were using a regular umbrella earlier in the tournament, and it looks like the recycled is no longer warranted. They want to use that umbrella to get in, but already Fish and Chips getting the first plat on the splash, which means there will be no early crab for Oro Jackson, as Fish and Chips is going to take control of the zone.
Oro Jackson is trying to make their way back in. The Jet is able to find a pick, which I find interesting, as it looks like they're trying to go for something a bit more offensive than defensive with the umbrella switch.
Yeah, and right there, Fish and Chips have taken their control. I mean, they just lost their gal, but Oro Jackson needs to go across the gap right there, and thanks to that bubbler, they're able to go through, but they lost their jetpack. They're able to apply penalty, but they still have yet to get control of the top of the map, as Fish and Chips is punishing them for going in, and right now, Oro Jackson, yeah, they applied penalty, but they didn't take control. They didn't take much points, and now it's Fish and Chips back on the zone. With not that much penalty, they'll be scoring points again, Phantom.
Oro Jackson did look like they were trying to play patiently, but the decap got sniped, so it doesn't seem like they were able to do anything. Umbrella going for a flank, but they were outnumbered. They were too outnumbered to be able to do anything, and it seems like Oro Jackson is staggering because of these plays.
Yeah, Oro Jackson right now struggling to go in. It is so hard to get a comeback on this map, as Oro Jackson is on the zone, able to reapply penalty once again, and with 2 players down, Oro Jackson should be able to get in to get some momentum. Now the big question is, can they establish themselves, or will Fish and Chips be able to bring the fight back into mid? Well, it looks like, thanks to that jetpack notably, Oro Jackson is keeping Fish and Chips in their spawn.
Yeah, the player the jetpack was chasing was definitely looked really, really panicked. Oro Jackson also have 2 of their specials ready. Fish and Chips pop 2 of their specials. Let's see if they're able to get zone with that.
Yeah, and right now, Oro Jackson are maintaining momentum, their presence, but I spoke a bit too soon, I think, Phantom. Right now, Fish and Chips are back in control of the zone, still have the lead, and are pushing Oro Jackson away. Very nice move by the blaster, getting that splat on the splash. I mean, Oro Jackson still has some presence, but Fish and Chips right now getting more and more points, and with as little penalty as they have, Oro Jackson needs to go in despite not having that many specials ready.
Oh, will Jet find another
nice.
pick there?
Yeah,
that's an assist.
Very nice jetpack. That's going to dodge the Kraken as well and punish the jumps.
That's a quad.
What a play by the Umbrella. Ooh,
was
Jackson
amazing.
is suddenly alive.
Umbrella 2v1 doesn't seem like it'll work out though. Jackson is taking points off the zone. It doesn't look like Fish and Chips will be able to cap just yet. A Kraken will be going in, see if he can find any picks.
Kraken is not able to find the pick though, and Jackson right now are getting pretty close to the KO. All of Fish and Chips are concentrating their fire on the zone, making sure that that doesn't happen. We're in the last minute, and Fish and Chips suddenly, after dominating most of that game, need a comeback, and they're the ones pushed away from the zone as Jackson losing a few players, but still around, still there to maintain presence. Fish and Chips need to get rid of Umbrella if they want to win the game.
Umbrella is taking way too much of their attention off the zone, which I do feel like will allow Oro Jackson to push back in later on to retake. But a few of the members just went down. Fish and Chips are taking points of the zone, like somewhat at a steady rate.
Yep.
Oro Jackson is able to flip it back, and it doesn't look like it's something Fish and Chips will be able to retake.
Yeah, Oro Jackson able to break the curse, able to make Fish and Chips pay, and to get their first game against us. We are now 1-1, and we have more to go. These two teams able to answer, and now it's on Fish and Chips to adapt, to change their game a little bit now. Going on to Crab Leg Capital, it's really going to be decided by who's able to take control of these grades, because once again, it's very much a map where the team that's in control can stay there, can establish their charger and deny any entry.
I do feel like one of the teams could have like a much better advantage based on the weapons they're playing, just because of how you can like hit through the grates.
Yeah, you can and that's going to make the job hard for the Umbrella, because there will be a blaster right under these grates to shoot at their feet, which makes it a bit hard potentially to stay alive, which is the thing you want to do with Umbrella. But we'll see how they're able to do. Jackson right there. I mean, that Umbrella change really allowed them to take control, and that was the pop-off with the Engjet that allowed them to get the lead, to get momentum, something Fish and Chips wasn't ready to counter yet. We'll see if they have the tools to stop these jetpacks from happening going into the next game.
Speaking of jetpacks, I do feel like it's a special that does struggle on grates because it can't get that elevation. And also, its blast won't have as much AoE impact.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, right now, teams are selecting their weapons. We'll see how. Wait.
Seems like they're taking it, but...
Okay, we're on weapon select. There was an issue with someone's controller, but it feels like it's solved. So our teams are now selecting their weapons. All is good.
I was gonna say, if they were taking that long to select weapons, maybe they were going to run something different.
Yeah, and let's get in the game. Let's see if there's some adaptation. It looks like Umbrella is going to keep being on the mix for Oro Jackson. Fish and Chips, happy with their comp, not changing anything. It's going to be a matter of can they use the tools that they already have to counter that Brelak to counter all these moves that Oro Jackson did, and it looks like right now with 2 splats, Fish and Chips is already taking a lot of control over the map, and they're eager to get more, trying to get the pick onto the pencil. Oro Jackson are pushed away, forced to use their crab so far from the zone right there. Very, very nice opening by Fish and Chips.
We see the Kraken come up, but because of the grades, it's not going to be able to find as many picks as it would have ideally wanted to, it seems.
Yeah, right now the bubbler deployed above the zone will allow Oro Jackson to take some ground, and they're using it very, very well with a crab tank to follow through. They're gonna send back Fish and Chips back to spawn. That was a delayed wipe, which will allow Oro Jackson to get a lot of control. The Fish and Chips are already back into the fight, able to force the jumps out as they're retaking control of their platform. They have to wait for the jetpack to be over. And oh wait, how did that decap get here? Well, they're dead now.
Kraken goes in, but it seems like it's only going in on its own, and
yeah,
it's taking enough attention to, and hopefully for them, it's something they can play off of.
Yeah,
we did just see Oro Jackson go 3 down, and yeah, it did work. Fish and Chips are now on their way inside Oro Jackson's walls.
Yeah, and they are trying to push through. Oro Jackson has a nice lead, but Fish and Chips are forcing their way in thanks to the Booyah Bomb, and what a fight by the S-Blast right there. 3 down, and make that a 4. That's a delayed wipe as Fish and Chips is going to get the lead. Oro Jackson right now, they need to fight just to get back control of their own platform. They're finally able to stop the S-Blast, but now they need to mount a push and they don't have much time. The jetpack is punished! Fish and Chips simply shutting everything down right now, and that crab tank is also shredded. There's nothing to paint, there's nobody left, and Fish and Chips right now are 1 game away from being your Triton-Cup champions.
Oro Jackson really did stagger hard at the end there. They tried their best to get him, but it just wasn't working.
Yeah, I mean, that push that Fish and Chips got was very much like that move that the S-Blast got, using the Booyah Bomb to get 1 splat and then moving around the Decavitator, fighting the Decavitator where the Decavitator would want to have this fight, but still winning it with a perfect dodge and the nice blaster plays. Really, Fish and Chips able to take control of this game, able to shut down the moves that Oro Jackson did, and that was very much, well, incredibly well played individually by Fish and Chips, able to get these splats that counted the most.
We'll be moving on to Mahi Zones next. Your favorite map? Yeah.
I never said it was my favorite. I said it was the best.
And
these are 2. My favorite map as a caster is Flounder Heights, but that's a discussion you're not ready for. But I think this is the map that, like, for players to show what a team can do, to decide who the best team is, this is the map to watch.
I really like the water level mechanic in Mahi. I feel like that is kind of underappreciated at times. It's very unique to that map, and I feel like more maps should have gimmicks like those.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, gimmicks, maps changing, and the ground changing throughout the game is part of the defining identity of Splatoon to me. You paint the ground to change how you're gonna play around it, and the ground changing by itself is part of the course if you want to good. Like it really adds to how a map plays, and the way it changes the opening fight on this map really force his team to go into one big fight that one team will be able to take control of the map from. Now let's get right into the game. It looks like Oro Jackson are getting back onto the recycled Brella. We'll see if that works for them. They'll get no jetpack, but they'll get an extra bubbler. That bubbler will allow them to survive a bit more. And given the deadliness that Fish and Chips have gotten in this tournament, having a bubbler would be nice. But right now, the bubbler is not ready, and Fish and Chips are getting the splats.
That Oro Jackson has really been trying to play around that pillow, but it doesn't seem to be working for them because the blaster is able to hit around it every single time.
Yeah, right now, Oro Jackson are forced to be slow in their push because of their lack of of aggro special, but the bubbler is punished and the Kraken is going to shred it. Fish and Chips gets the water dropping. The decaf missed the jump, is forced to use the bubbler. Right now he's in survival mode to the side of everybody. And yeah, Fish and Chips right now scoring more and more points. Oro Jackson trying to survive, not able to stay on the map, and Fish and Chips getting more and more, not letting Oro Jackson do anything right now. 20 ticks left, there's a bubbler on the map, but I mean, it's still Fish and Chips very much holding the control right there. Oro Jackson still applying penalty, but now they need to paint around if they want back in this game.
That rush into mid with that bubble, I feel definitely was like a really scary play, but it also worked really well for them. And now they can work on trying to hold that lockout for as long as they can. They do have to defend against 3 specials though.
Yeah.
Kraken jump scare.
Yeah, Kraken coming in. Booyah Bomb to help with the rest of the team is going to take control over the zone. Right now, Oro Jackson is forced out again, but there's still 3 minutes in the game, Phantomu. Oro Jackson is not done yet. They need to regroup, prepare a push together. I already see the Brella throwing their canopy forward, but oh, it's 2 players down on Oro Jackson. The bubbler is allowing them to get back in, but all Fish and Chips know where to look at, and Fish and Chips, I don't think they really want to take the zone that much. They know they have the lead. They know they have a lot of map control. And right now, Oro Jackson needs to win this next fight.
All 4 players were ganged up on that person on that snipe just now. I feel like that would give the rest of Fish and Chips some space to move in. Yep. They're moving in at like quite a few different angles as well. The Booyah Bomb goes in. Will they be able to cap the zone with that? They do. And Oro Jackson is going down 1 by 1. Things aren't looking too good for them.
Yeah, and losing their zap right there is going to cost them. Oro Jackson needs to go in. Oro Jackson needs to get onto the zone fast. The bubblers are deployed. Both bubblers kinda in the same spot. I don't know how to feel about that right now. And the Fish and Chips with their Elite are going to be able to punish left and right. Not much time left. Oro Jackson knows their last chance to paint the zone, to deny the KO if they want to get in this game, but it's too late. Fish and Chips are going to get the crown and win Triton-Cup 115.
Well done to Fish and Chips for their plays. Both are really, really good teams from what I've seen.
Yeah, they're both great teams, and I mean, Oro Jackson played well, adapted as much as they could. They tried different things. They brought the editor in this last game, trying to really match the pace and the range that Fish and Chips was imposing onto them. But in the end, our champions are going to be Fish and Chips, getting that victory 3-1 into Grands. Which means, Phantomu, that it's the end of the tournament and it's time for us to say goodbye.
I had my mic muted, whoopsie. It's exposure time. would you like to plug your socials first?
Oh yeah, sure. My socials were written on your screen just earlier. You can find me at Padje or Tom on Blue Sky, which is the best way to find me. And thank you, Naga, our observer and streamer for the evening. Has been doing a fantastic job. And yeah, thank you so much. And Phantomu, do you have something to plug?
Well, the thing that's on screen right now, but like on every other platform, it would be Phantomu_.
Okay. Yeah, well, noted. We'll see you very, very soon for more Dapple Productions action. On tomorrow, actually, there will be the qualifier for the Octofest LAN. So tomorrow evening, come watch us. We'll have great action from some of the best players in Europe. So pay attention to that. And yeah.
Yeah, it was really nice casting with you, Pat.
It was nice casting with you too, Phantom. And we'll see you all in the next one. Bye-bye!
Goodbye!